have concurrent sessions taking place. Of course, we have here, starting in the auditorium, a first panel of the day, which is protecting critical infrastructure against cyber threats. Taking place at MH1, where most of our colleagues have gone, is a fireside chat on global media narratives, the cost of misrepresenting Africa. Before we kick off, I would like to remind you just a few house rules. The first is that we have simultaneous translation. We have channel 1 for English and channel 2 for French, the only 2 languages we're using today. There's also a desk right outside because tomorrow, as you know, day 3, we are going to go on excursions to 2 different venues in Kigali. So you can register at the desk outside. The first, the visits to the Kigali Genocide Memorial, as well as the campaign against Genocide Museum. So please, I encourage you to register at the front desk outside. We also have a social lounge at AD12 where we encourage you, if you have any meetings, to please, use that space. And last but not least, please keep on visiting the fantastic exhibitions downstairs in case you didn't have a chance to yesterday. Without further ado, I would like to call on the moderator for this panel, who will then introduce our esteemed speakers. Please help me welcome on stage our moderator, Mr. Chukwemeka Fred Agbata. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, let's feel some energy. It's a great pleasure to be here and to moderate this session. It gives me a lot of joy. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome my esteemed panelists. And I'd like to first call on the Honorable Minister of ICT and Innovation here in Rwanda, Ms. Paula Inabire. Please, a round of applause for my panelists. She's a leading digital transformation expert which focuses on smart cities, digital ID, and cybersecurity strategy. She advocates for AI governance and cyber resilience. So welcome, Paula.
Thank you.
All right. Let me also welcome the Director General of the National Intelligence Service for Kenya, Mr. Nordin Haj. Mr. Nordin is a former Director of Public Prosecutions and now head of Kenya's intelligence agency. His leadership is crucial in national security, intelligence-led defense, and cyber crime response. So welcome once again. And last but not the least is a Brigadier General turned Prof, Professor M.K. Haji Janiv. He's an Associate Professor of Law at Military Academy. Please join me and welcome him as well. He's an expert in cyber defense, law, cyber threats, and national security policy, works at the intersection of law, military strategy, and cyber security governance. All right, thank you very much. Africa is at an interesting intersection. We live in a very interesting times. Just a way of introduction, my name is Chukwemeka Fred Agbata. Journalist, media, state expert, working for a sub-regional government, also working in the cybersecurity space and other IT space. Before that, also an investor, startup founder, so it's a great pleasure to be here. And I've seen how Africa has transformed and continues to transform. This is a continent where you have the youngest, most vibrant population when it comes to the world today, with almost more than half of the population living less than 25 years and below. So it is an interesting continent, and that's why this topic on cybercrime is really, really important. And it's important that we take home some of the lessons that we'll learn from the panelists this morning. So I'll start with the Honorable Minister. You're doing a lot of work driving digital transformation here in Rwanda. Give us a sense of what your ministry is doing around ensuring that cybersecurity policies are adhered to when it comes to pushing the smart Rwanda agenda.
Thank you very much, and warm welcome to our guests that are visiting Kigali. Starting straight with your question, we're doing a couple of things, and you did mention Smart Rwanda, which is the policy and strategy that guides our digital transformation initiatives. And so at the core of that policy is the cybersecurity strategy, which in many ways is designed to see how we protect both our critical infrastructure, information assets, but also we ensure that as we digitally transform as a nation, we're also safeguarding some of these investments that we've already made. So a couple of things that we've done in Rwanda, we've set up the National Cybersecurity Agency, which really, as we think about, our legal and institutional frameworks, has been at the center of how we drive a lot of our cybersecurity investments. We have in place a law that looks at protecting and preventing cyber crimes. And so against the backdrop of that law is where then we do the enforcement with different institutions. I'll mention two other things that are in place, which is really also looking at the technical capacity, where we have the Computer Security Response Incidents Response Team. And these are teams that work across different industries, financial, telecom, healthcare, to really ensure that we are protecting the cybersecurity infrastructure that we have. And lastly, I think yesterday in the very early sessions that we had, we talked about cybercrimes being borderless in nature. So to do that, no country can be an island. And so it also means that as a country, as Rwanda, what we've prioritized is collaboration, international cooperation. And that's why we've also been able to enact and be signatory to the Malabo Convention, which also caters for how international collaboration happens in the space of cybersecurity.
Thank you, thank you. I mean, one of the profound statements by President Kagame yesterday was the fact that he said that it was a very punchy line that Africa cannot outsource its security, which brings me to a question for DG Nordin. You were, prior to this role, you were the Director of Public Prosecutions, and now you are leading the intelligence service. So how does this prepare you or prepare your country for the work of trying to ensure that Kenya is safe?
Thank you. I think you should have posed this question to my colleague, the Secretary General, Emmanuel, because he was also the DPP before me. I mean, together with me. I became DG, then he became the SG later. But yes, it's a good question. I think, first of all, we need to understand that as DPP, I was an end consumer, almost at the end of the law enforcement of a criminal justice chain system. And now, as a DG, I'm actually one of the first generators of either intelligence or evidence, for that matter. And I think it gave me a very good purview of what is required as a generator, so that the end product that ends at the DPP is then of value. And we had been struggling for a long time to convert intelligence into evidence. But now, with hindsight, I'm able to see the need of trying to ensure that the intelligence that is generated is of value to the law enforcers, and at the end is of value for the prosecutor and the judiciary at the end of it. So it has brought a lot of insight into how best we can adjust and ensure that as intelligence organization, we add more value to the end product that goes to the public prosecutor and also to the judiciary. And this has therefore allowed us to bring about quite a number of changes in the structure of intelligence and how best we bring in expertise that adds value into the intelligence that eventually is being used in the criminal justice system. And it adds more value, especially when it comes to cybersecurity, because then you understand what the laws are. A lot of the times, the intelligence officers do not understand the legislation effectively. So even when you get the intelligence, you're not sure about how best it can be applied moving forward. What we've done is we have now brought in a lot of former prosecutors that were working with me, who've now been trained to become intelligence officers and have the skills of ensuring that the intelligence that we generate is actually of a lot of value to the end consumer, who is probably either the police or the Director of Public Prosecutions.
All right. Minister Paula mentioned about the fact that Rwanda now has a law around cybersecurity. You mentioned legislation. And so which will take me to the next question for Prof. Africa, it's pretty interesting what goes on in Africa. We are a very huge continent, and that is both ways a blessing and also can be a challenge depending on because for example, Nigeria has a cybersecurity law as well, right? And of course, a data protection law, which then means that if you're a startup, for example, scaling your business from country to country, you may need to deal with different laws. So that brings me to the question for Prof. Prof, I'd like to know from your take, how critical is a robust legislation for tackling cybercrime, especially on a continent like Africa?
Well, thank you very much. I first would like to thank the organizers to allow me to address this distinguished audience and to basically discuss this important subject that tackles not just Africa but the whole world and the whole society, I would say, because we are now at the point where we...
Sorry, Prof, can you move the mic a bit closer?
Okay, sorry. We are now at the point where we are in transformative phase that is basically being contested by these transformative technologies, and this all affects how we approach critical infrastructures and how do we basically approach cyberspace. I completely agree with both of the previous speakers that this is a law enforcement problem, but I would also like to emphasize that this is more than law enforcement problem, it's also a national security problem, and here is why. I would mention just several cases. Just recent maybe that comes to my mind is and we just tackled this morning, it's a solar panel case that US claim that came from China, having certain devices that basically are sending data to certain servers, which means that the threat vectors have amplified their access, which requires basically all African states to reconsider their policies and the approach to cyberspace and cybersecurity governance. That would be said that I would also like to echo Rwanda's president's yesterday speech when he argued about the strategic autonomy. And this is something that Rwanda and all other African states should consider when developing cyber governing policies with regards to the critical infrastructure protection. The reason is simple. We, I believe, have a little bit old-fashioned approach to cyberspace. And here is why. If you go and consider what are the workforce in the new digitalization, because there are three aspects of the digitalization. Those are the people, then the cybersecurity aspects, and then the digital tools. But if you go and look the workforce we are relying on cyberspace and cybersecurity, you would say that most of, I would say more than 90% of the countries rely on IT professionals. But hear me out. IT is 50% of the cyberspace. The rest is intelligence, national security, governance, and definitely policy. One of the problems that CrowdStrike incident happened a year ago was not an attack, but it's actually was left hand didn't talk with the right hand. That is, the developers, the IT guys didn't talk with the policymakers, so they made an update that became a conflict to itself and blocked everything, actually create worldwide problems. With that being said, this basically urges all African states to reconsider this approach, and instead of just focusing on IT solutions, I'm not saying they are not important, but also to consider how they can bring in a proper policy, proper legislation, and of course proper threat assessment and intelligence. Why? The third-party supply chain in the digital world is a must, and this requires a new risk assessment approaches that will consider also third-party supplier, because most of the recent threats to our national security, we saw this in a pager case, we saw this earlier in Stuxnet attack, we saw earlier in several other cases where third-party supply risk assessment failed, and this actually was devastating to the target. With that being said, I would just conclude that the new geostrategic environment is changed. It's full of state actors, non-state actors, but also proxies and criminal syndicates that are trying to take advantage, and basically gain strategic gains through the low level or below the threshold of war attacks, which requires a new thinking and new approaches in the policy and governing of these infrastructures.
Yeah, thank you. But Prof, just a follow-up question, because, I mean, the question is, what can't be tracked? Now, if everything can be tracked, how can African governments better align their procurement processes to ensure that their states are safe? Because, I mean, you mentioned the pager example and also the solar example that we talked about, and many other examples. Like, is Africa really safe?
Well, I would say no one is safe. Let's start with this and face this. But what Africa states should do, actually, they should start invest in their own capacities, basically to develop this workforce that can have this comprehensive approach. And here is why. Let's go to the universities that train this IT personnel that we depend on, all actually states, except some, of course. You would see that they study algorithms, they study crypting, they study programming. They never study policy, administration, compliance, not to speak about threat assessment or intelligence. When they say about the safety or security or risk assessment, they talk about the IT safety, just on, integrity of information, supply, and that's it. But they don't have a clue about the real-life threat intelligence assessment, which basically is required. And this is why I said it's not no longer a profession that can be developed in blocks that we used to basically develop people for. So we need this, let's say, cross sectors, if I could say, comprehensive approach in the education and in training. And this is the first step. Second is to invest in its own, let's say, technology that will give certain autonomy. Several European armies, for example, such as France now, has started to develop their own AI-generated tools. Why? Because they don't want to depend on ChatGPT, they don't want to depend on DeepSeek, etc. Because we all know that these technologies, while very important, very needed, and this is why I don't call them emerging and disruptive technologies, but I call them transformative technologies, because I would say they are the future. However, they require a different approach in the risk assessment and policy creation.
Thank you. A round of applause for Prof, please. Thank you, thank you. You've got to encourage my panelists as well. I mean, as we all know, there is the geopolitical side of technology. And that's why you see nations racing to ensure that they remain superpowers even when it comes to technology. And I saw Minister Paula shaking her head, and I would like you to get your perspective on the question I asked him around the fact that supply chain that we do not control may also harm us. What's your take on that?
And maybe let me start with the initial question, which was around regulations. You did mention the fact that you have startups that have to navigate maybe 54 different types of regulatory frameworks. Particularly, and this we see it especially in the tech space, for different regulations. It could be regulations around data protection and privacy. We're talking about cybersecurity. And in a way, I think the good news that we are seeing on the policy side is that for many of the countries that are already signatory to the Malabo Convention on Cybersecurity and Data Protection, it allows for that harmonization to also happen when you have many countries that are signatory to such a convention. The second one is, as many countries are putting in place their data protection and privacy laws, what we are seeing is the benchmarking. Many are benchmarking the EU GDPR legislation, which also, I think, in a way means that once we start to harmonize across the continent our legislation, there will be little room or where you see discrepancies in terms of some of the clauses that are being catered for. It doesn't take away the fact that we still need to have an African convention or find a way of harmonizing all our regulations, because the absence of that, again, leads to slower pace of innovation that is happening on the African continent. What we are also seeing as a growing trend when it comes to the policy environment is a trend where if a country is already, provided a license, let's say in Nigeria, when they move to Sierra Leone, the time it takes them to get that license is much shorter because they have almost similar regulations. So I think in a way those things are coming together to sort of bridge the gap we have today, which is where almost every country has been building their own pieces of legislation to sort of support the digital environment. Now, back to the question you're asking around what happens when we can't control supply chain, and I like what the professor mentioned. One, we need to start by building our own capabilities. Even in a space like AI, if you don't have people that understand and master the technology in itself, not just to use it, but also to create solutions that leverage AI or other emerging technologies, then in the end what we're doing is, copycat type of solutions, which again, because the conversation this morning is about cybersecurity, expose us to so many risks to a certain extent. And I would say the first thing is building our own capacity, more of technical capacity, and having really an army of people that are well capacitated in these different fields and different trades. The second one is the investment in the infrastructure that is really required. I think when you don't have access to these supply chains and you also don't have the infrastructure that is required to enable you to do that, it puts you at a disadvantage. And my parting thoughts on this one is, even when we don't have those things yet, we should still be early adopters of this technology, because in being early adopters, there's also some learning that is coming through, while also building the capabilities and the digital sovereignty that our nations deserve.
Yeah, thank you, Minister Paula. Please, a round of applause for her. And one key, thank you. I mean, one key takeaway that she just highlighted as well is that we have to build our capacity. I mean, we can't run away from that. We just have to at some point. But I like the fact that, being early adopters also helps us. And I like what she's doing with AI in Rwanda. Let me bring in the DG. I mean, your work, you described a bit of your work as a public prosecutor and what you do now. How do you balance effective cyber intelligence gathering with data privacy and digital rights? Because data privacy is very critical. It'd be nice to get your insight.
Yeah, first of all, the various legislations that we have, for example, in Kenya, strives to ensure that there is a balance in terms of rights and protecting, protecting privacy and also rights of individuals whose privacy could be infringed. And there are various means of ensuring that is done. For example, for us as intelligence service, we're required to apply for warrants. You just can't start looking at or start investigating or snooping around without having warrants that would later on, of course, be utilized in the court of law. But there's also various institutions like the Data Protection Agency that we have in Kenya that ensures that privacy is secured and that there's no infringement by law enforcement agencies. However, it's a very delicate balance because on the one hand, you can't just sit until a cyber threat occurs or cyber attack occurs. So you have to also be proactive. And the question is, how do you then balance that? And sometimes it's not easy to say that you will be able to apply a warrant because you don't know when that warrant is required and at what point that warrant will be applied effectively to safeguard you from any attacks. So what we try to do is ensure that we scan the environment effectively in a manner that does not infringe on an individual, that you are able to see what is happening in that environment and then intervene at the right time. Of course, the downside of that is, individuals might argue that you are snooping on them and you are breaking the law, but it's very difficult in this environment not to be able to scan it and be able to intervene at the right moment. For example, in the month of January to April, we've had 840 million attacks in Kenya on our various infrastructures. And we would not be able to discern that or be able to tell that if we're not able to scan the environment. and be able to intervene at the right time. And therefore, that balance is very delicate, and sometimes you can be accused of infringing it. But we try and strive as best as we can. And we try also to ensure that the oversight mechanisms that are there are effectively able to oversight us and oversight all individuals who are in the criminal justice system. Yeah.
Did you say 840 million?
840 million.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
And that's on all our infrastructure, whether it is government or even in the private sector. And it's something that is ever increasing, especially in our environment in Kenya.
Yeah, and everywhere else. I mean, the threat actors are not backing down. The sophistication and the level of advancement keeps increasing. And like we say in the tech space, innovation, unfortunately, always plays catch-up. And so perhaps in the cybersecurity space as well, it's likely that also policy is also playing catch-up. And, you know, I just watched the Osama bin Laden documentary on Netflix, just released a couple of weeks ago. And, you know, just speaking to what the DG just said, you know, there were times when the US intelligence had to get information, and they had to get it through whatever means, but they had to get it. Just saying that sometimes it's a very delicate balance. But let me bring in Prof. Prof, you've heard this insight. The threat actors grow every day. The threats are growing. They're becoming more sophisticated. They're infusing AI into all of this. From your research that you've done, what are some of the learnings that African nations can garner and use to advance and protect the continent?
Well, that's a very good question. One thing I would say, and I would suggest is, and I'll give you an example from, you mentioned terrorist attack and early terrorist attack. When London bombing terrorist attack happened back in 2004, the chief Scotland Yard chief was asked about the threats. The journalist asked, whether do you have them in your database, these terrorists? He openly said, yes, we had them. Then the journalist asked, why you didn't intervene? He said, because our threat assessment matrix didn't recognize them as a threat. So this basically speaks a volume and requires a transformative change in this threat assessment matrix. What do you consider as a threat? And with regards to this, if you really want to stay on the positive side on this, because let's face it, we're going to have to rethink the privacy in the digital world. I know, I understand that there are concerns and they're rightfully there, but let's face it, no one basically can be safe and no privacy can be saved in the digital world. Everything that is written stays there, unless there is a 0 day of internet and everything goes wiped out, which basically could happen in a very unlikely situation and very unwanted situation. With that being said, investing in accountability and transparency is also very important. Then cooperation at the regional level and establishing, let's say, regional vetting processes that can help mitigating this supply chain threat assessments and can help countries to build their own strategic autonomy is something that needs to be think in addition to the changing of the threat assessment matrices, where the threats can come from and what are basically the access. So who would have considered that the environmental consideration prior to what US has reported could basically be used as a vector of, let's say, approach. And then the Internet of Things and the new transformative technologies you mentioned. There was a high-level case, a criminal case, that happened in the Far East where deepfake video actually tricked an accountant to deliver money to criminals. She had a meeting with her CEO, two of them, who basically gave her verbal authorization, and she pressed the button and transferred the money. When the investigation opened, and you can go and Google the video, it's all out there. When the investigation started, she actually recorded the video and says she was having a meeting with allegedly her CEOs, where that was basically deepfake videos that criminals were able to gain from open sources and data. So we have to find the balance, how open we are, and how basically we can be more risk-taking and mitigate this risk, not risk averted, because everyone that is risk averted is actually risks not being developed or stop development processes and left behind.
Yeah. You know, a few weeks ago, the president of Nigeria announced that the launch of a new cyber army from the Nigerian military, in charge of cyber security. But I also know that Nigeria also has SET. Minister Paula mentioned about the SET now. So I'd like to bring in DG Nordin just to even understand. If we have all of these teams within our various militaries, how is intelligence sharing? What is going on the continent? Are we really collaborating and cooperating in that regard, just to ensure that we're able to stop the threat actors, particularly for things like zero-day attacks and the rest of them?
Yeah, we have various organizations. For example, in the intelligence world, we have what you call CISA, that sits at the African Union, and we do work together jointly a lot on cybersecurity. But that said, there's still a lot more that can be done by Africa. If you look at, for example, the European Union, they've pledged over 200 billion euros, 200 million euros towards AI and cybersecurity. And I think it's billions, if I'm not wrong. But in Africa, we're still yet to agree. I think there was a pledge of about $60 billion at the African Union, but that has not yet been actualized. And this therefore requires that we should be able to work more coordinated as Africa. I think we need to realize that the era of dependency is gone. There is no way we can sit down and expect to outsource equipment from other jurisdictions other than maybe African. We should not expect that the AI that has been created in other jurisdictions will be effective for us, or that will work in our environment as well as it should be. In other words, whatever is created out there is not necessarily for our convenience. And you only have to look at, for example, and this is an issue that in Kenya we are still dealing with, we're trying to grapple with it, the issue of social media and how social media in Africa has been rolled out. If you're to look at China, for example, the kind of TikTok that they have there is very different from the kind that is being utilized in Africa. If you go to Europe, for example, with the Ukraine war, you will see that there is censorship of, for example, Russia Today. If you go and Google that and you're in Europe, you will not get it. But in Africa, we have everything. You get everything, whether it's negative or positive, whether it's challenging us or not. And these are issues that we really need to think and sit down as a continent and agree, how are we going to come up with, whether it's legislation or policies that will favor us as Africans. For example, how DeepSeek, it soughts to advance Chinese narrative, for example, and I'm just being plain. Yeah, I hope I will not offend anybody. And the question is, how do we, for example, protect our own culture as Africans by ensuring that the AI that is there respects and protects our various cultures that we have in Africa. So, in essence, we need to work together. We need to pull together as Africa, and that is the only way then we can have cyber sovereignty that respects the continent. And we are not a dumping area that each and every person can just come and do whatever they want with our cyber sovereignty. That's my take.
Yeah, DG was being blunt, but it's understandable. I do a lot of AI, and I know how to ask AI very difficult questions. So when I pick DeepSeek, I know the kind of questions I will ask DeepSeek, and it has no answer. So don't worry, I understand that. And it just speaks to the fact that Africa needs to also see how we can develop technologies that respect and that are homegrown to us. And that's why I'll bring in Minister Paula at this point. Because of the work that you do around AI. Recently, I was part of a team that visited some of the top cybersecurity companies in the US. And there we got to see firsthand how AI is changing the cybersecurity landscape in ways that many of us in this room who may not have experienced that may not be able to comprehend. And that's why 800 million attacks in just 1 year, which can only grow worse. And that's the reality. The reality for us in Africa is that we must understand these attacks are going to increase, and they're going to be AI-propelled DDoS attacks, malware attacks, phishing attacks. Minister Paula, of course we know AI has good sides. How do we balance this?
Very good question. And maybe even to start with that, what we're seeing many agencies are doing is building AI cyber defense capabilities into their systems. One, to your point, when you look at how AI is being used to propagate different cyber crimes, the level of sophistication that we are seeing is really as a result of the use of AI for that. And so if the bad actors are using AI to really propagate some of the crimes that they're doing, so should we on the defense side build these capabilities. And that's why I said early on, even if we didn't have the infrastructure or the talent, the first thing we need to do is even to be early adopters. And this is one clear scenario on how we can be early adopters in building AI-driven cyber defense capabilities. The second one is, and this was also around the question you asked around balancing. As we build digital systems, as we push for interoperability of these systems and these systems being able to talk together, we're also putting in place a zero trust framework, which means that by default, any system is not going to trust any other system or device that is logged onto it. And so you put in place the right security measures that ensure that you have a zero trust framework in how you're building these systems and the interoperability that comes with it. I know very early on in the last few years, as we're thinking about cybersecurity, one of the things as you build systems, one of the things we're emphasizing as a design principle is privacy by design or security by design. We're in an age where there's a lot of value that we can extract from using data to drive better services for our people. But also comes the question of what happens to misuse of this data, and that's where data privacy laws are in existence. I remember when we were putting in place our data protection and privacy law, it was really a constant balance, looking at all the clauses and figuring out, is this more punitive, or are we enabling more data to be used and leveraged to really drive better decision-making, better services to our citizens? And so, again, the proof is always in the pudding when you start to test many of these things, and that's where you realize that for many countries what you'll do is you think about aggregating data so that it can be used in a useful way, but at the same time also thinking about giving agency over the users to be the ones that decide when and how their personal data can get to be used. The main challenge many people are going to face is that then you give them a very long consent form, 3 pages, that they don't have time to read, and sometimes they're going to consent to things that they don't fully understand. So I think on our side, even as policymakers, it's how do we simplify what that means when someone is consenting to their data being used, so that we're driving economic value from that data, but at the same time making sure that we're putting in place the necessary safeguards for that. And maybe let me end on one thing, which is risk-based AI governance. It's also a new concept that we're seeing, a growing trend, where you're able to categorize your different AI systems and figure out the ones that will need to have stricter controls in place. And so it's not a one-size-fits-all on how you're applying these systems or governance measures, but you sort of figure out, and to your point, if it's critical infrastructure, if we're using AI, we know what the danger is going to be, but how do we make sure that we can also categorize these systems in a way that the ones that are the most exposed also have stricter governance controls?
All right, thank you, Minister Paula. She mentioned something I just want to take, just see what the room looks like. How many of us in the room gets to read this long consent form? If you get to read it, let me just see your hand. Anyone here? Anyone here? 1, 2, okay, just a few. Okay, I hardly ever read it, so, but, to your point, how do we simplify that? But before I bring in the audience, because I believe that there will be some questions from the audience. I'm timing this. We're just about 30 minutes into this, but I'll take some questions from the audience. But Mr. Paul, I wanted to ask you a very practical question, extremely practical. It's around data privacy. So, I may use Rwanda, Nigeria, for example. We have the NDPR, like you said, which was fashioned after the GDPR. Okay, so the law is in existence, right? Many of the critical infrastructure, now I see that there's a shift happening now. But let's take a practical example where some government data is somewhere on AWS, right? And some judge in the US gives somebody some authority to access the data. What would Africa do? What would Africa do, or what would the nation do at that particular situation?
That's a very good question. I think you need to start by determining what data do you allow to be on AWS, hosted outside the country. That's where the categorization starts, because you're able to decide what is the risk profile of this data. Should I choose to host in-country, depending on the sensitivity of the data, or should I allow some of this data depending on, and just last week we were dealing with exactly a similar example where certain institutions would love to host on the cloud, and so you need to look at what data do you want to host there, what's the risk profile of that data, and what are we putting in place to safeguard. But in a more practical way, I think this is similar to probably what happened to Nigeria and Twitter, you remember. I think when Nigeria said you cannot, put measures and said unless you do X, Y, Z, you cannot continue to operate, and they stopped operating. Now, and Nigeria is a big country, so what it means is that no single country will be able to stand up to these big tech companies on its own. This is where the voice of all of us is very important. And also to ensure that we're applying the same rules, because if Nigeria picks its own rule that is different from Rwanda or Senegal or Ghana, then that is where also we're not able to have one common voice. And then you go through the lengthy processes where you say, okay, why did the judge access this information? This goes against, the contract that we signed, if there's any that was signed. And so it goes back and forth, and there's nothing that is happening. So I don't think there's a straightforward answer to your question, because until we have that common voice, and in fact even get to a point where we say, can we have AWS hosting on the African soil, so that even us, when we put our data, you're happy to send your data to Rwanda, I'm happy to send it to Nigeria, and then we know that the laws of the land will prevail when such incidents happen.
Yeah. All right.
Maybe I can,
please, yes.
From a very operational perspective, it's actually very, 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 very frustrating when it comes to this issue of data. For example, when I was the DPP, we were prosecuting a lot of these cyber crimes and even what we call hate speech, a lot of it being propagated through the cyberspace. But the amount of, for example, the legislation, we realized that the legislation that we had as Kenya was almost a cut and paste of either the UK or the American. Now, if you're to look at their legislation, it is very conducive for them, because all these big techs are there, whether it's Facebook or WhatsApp or Instagram. And it gives the investigator a very high threshold to be able, first of all, to bring that evidence. So we, first of all, have put for ourselves a very high threshold. And you're required, for example, to get the evidence right from the tech company. Now, if somebody has done something through, say, WhatsApp or Facebook, we have to apply to these tech companies all the way in California. Yeah. Sometimes they don't even bother to pick the phone. And you're stuck with the case in court for ages. At the end of it, then the prosecutor and the investigators are blamed for not being able to bring the evidence required to prosecute somebody who has committed a crime, or, for example, when it comes to hate speech or even defamation, In Kenya, it's becoming increasingly difficult to prosecute those cases because we cannot be able to get and reach that threshold that is required in that piece of legislation. And this has therefore required us to sit down and relook at a lot of the legislations. But then again, what the Honorable Minister was saying, it's also difficult to negotiate with some of these tech companies if we don't have a concerted effort jointly as Africa, going as one voice to say this is what is required. And this is why I said earlier that we really need to come together, pull together, and that's the only way then we can be able to assert ourselves in ensuring that we have a hold in our cyber sovereignty.
Yeah, come together and pull together. Come together and pull together. Recently as well, Facebook was fined by a Nigerian agency. And guess their response? We're going to stop. That was their response. If you guys enforce this, we're going to stop. I never see them say that to EU or European Union when they find them. They negotiate. But this one, they said, we're going to stop. I don't know what the case is now, but I know that because of how young Nigerians have come to depend so much on Facebook services, if they stop, everyone will go back to the government and say, no, government, you are incompetent, they can't stop because we love them, we use them. So it puts Africa at a very precarious situation. And that would also drive me, before I come to the audience after this question, that would drive me to a question to Prof. The DG mentioned that hate speech, disinformation, misinformation, even the minister mentioned that. Those are the challenges of using many of these digital platforms today. Do you think we can fully classify such attacks, especially when it's state-sponsored, as a form of war? And if yes, how do you think Africa, with this legislation, can better prepare and protect itself from this challenge?
Well, first of all, let's be honest. NATO has, since 2015, has considered cyber domain as a new domain of war, which means that they consider that cyber attacks could amount to an level of an armed attack, which will trigger Article 5. This is why I started my expose with basically rethinking critical infrastructure protection with not just the law enforcement, which is very valuable, but also as a national security threat. And there are various ways how you can approach in classifying whether certain cyber attacks or cyber intrusion could be considered to an armed attack. And there is an instrument-based approach. Some scholars, led by Michael Schmidt, who basically is the leading author of the Tallinn Manual of Cyber War Applicability of Law of Armed Conflict, which argues that you have to go and look and say if this attack has actually ability to create the consequences that are beyond, let's say, the law enforcement, that it can create material damage, and it can also create a loss of lives. If this is the case, then you are basically, you can consider this as an armed attack. The problem, however, with this is the accountability and, basically pointing at the right actor. How sure you are that basically the one that you are appointing is a state actor. Of course, there are various digital forensic ways where you can distill the form of attack, the level of attack, but you cannot be sure again. The problem with the privacies and the platform companies you ask, it's the problem that again goes to my previous argument, and that is we need to transform our governance on policies creation, critical infrastructure protection. Here is why. Even traditional allies like European and United States have come to a divergence when it comes to, let's say, one of the protocols of Budapest Convention. The reason is data privacy. The current US president, in 2016, believed that he can now rely on the long policies or long regulations that the law enforcement agent from the United States can request all the protocols to be from the European Union. And then he said, oh, you know what? Oh, screw that. I will go directly to the vendor and I'll ask for data. Yeah. And this basically goes to the problem of the digital autonomy. Europeans try to fight back that. And the reason, what happened is now we are seeing the Vice President of the United States openly criticizing the European Union for suing these companies and trying, to affect this. With that being said, this is basically another argument that we are in a very transformative age and that we really need to consider our policies and approaches to this.
Thank you. So, I mean, if you allow me, I can talk about cybersecurity for the next 3 hours. I mean, there are lots of questions. I mean, I could ask Minister Paula about private sector collaboration. I could ask the DG, a couple of other questions. But let me ask the audience, would anyone have any questions at this point? I see one gentleman there. Any questions? I see the gentleman here. Any other question? Okay, so maybe I'll take those two. And if I still have time, then I can take more. Please keep the gentleman. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that wonderful panel. My name is Professor Frederick Ogenga from the Rongo University Center for Media, Democracy, Peace and Security in Kenya. My question goes to the entire panel, and I would like to understand, because we've heard much about intelligence gathering, but we all know that intelligence gathering relies on data. And of course, data is the fuel that drives AI, apart from other 3 very critical aspects like algorithms, microchips which compute the power of computers, and of course, human intervention, because AI can also not be left to make independent decisions. So to what extent are we having strategies, whether they are national strategies on AI or digital transformation strategies, that are considerate of the value of data sovereignty? And with that, the idea that in Africa, we need to have our own data centers to store data. But with that, also the ability for us to also come up with smart solutions, climate smart solutions, because data centers use a lot of electricity and they require cooling and therefore a lot of power and a lot of water. So I would want you to respond to those concerns. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we'll take the next question here. Gentlemen, please. Over here in the front. Oh, one at the back. Okay, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I'm called Dr. Mumo Nzao from Kenya, visiting faculty, University of Rwanda. And I just wanted to draw our panel to what I want to call the bigger picture. And I think the bigger picture that everyone wants is stability. And stability has got 2 important predictors, order and liberty. And that's what I think DG was grappling with, the question of a fair balance between order and liberty as we try to get the stability that everyone wants. And I think this points not only to circumstantial and procedural issues, but also fundamental issues. How do we get our policymakers, our leaders, to go down to the people and tell them access, control, and matters of exploitation of these spaces have a bigger implication on stability on the bigger picture? And I think the end consumer of all these things, the ordinary person out there, needs to be informed in a nice way that when you do this, this is what happens. And I want to give a very short example. In Syria, the other day, some people did a deep fake, sent it into the social media about, the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, and there was fighting the next day. Fighting. And before they discovered it was all a lie, it was all a deep fake. It is the same thing that happens when people say all this. If you go into Kenyan social media, you will not believe it. They're just nasty things that people are saying to each other. Yeah. And these things are even being seen by children. Yeah. So we have to think as Africans so that first we can convince the people that there are limits to freedom, and all rights also come with some amount of responsibility. And so that we can secure our hard physical security, yes, but also our human security. And those are the things Professor there was also pointing to. So I think this bigger picture is what is very important, and it is the essence why we must think around how to cooperate and how to get our policy leaders, because our agencies are driven by countries' security needs and priorities, and therefore that's what guides directing. And finally, we have groups out here. Al-Harakat al-Shabaab al-Mujahideen, Dawla Islamiyya fi Iraq wa al-Sham, we have Boko Haram, you know. And here in Congo, just here, Medina al-Tawhid wa Mujahideen, just here in Congo, ISIS, I'm telling you. And these ones are using social media as we are talking. They're talking to children.
All right.
So these things, we need to think about them. We need to find a way to reach the ordinary people and try to explain to them what it means. In Britain today, you can insult someone, defame them, and you will be prosecuted the next day. In Kenya, or in some of these our countries, you say something bad about someone, and the entire social media gallery is saying that you are the good person. The person you wronged is on the right, and the prosecutors cannot move.
Thank you. I see that the passion which you have shared your question. Let me go to the gentleman here.
Thank you very much. I'm honored to be here. My name is Major General Moses Rachtarati. At the moment, I am actually responsible for protecting critical infrastructure in my country. It's a one-year assignment by now. So all what you're saying is scaring me as much as it is inspiring me to get up and work. But I just have two questions. The question is one on sovereignty. Where is sovereignty in this? Shouldn't we just drop these borders, look at our common interests, and invest as Africans in protecting ourselves from all that what has been said there? That's one. Number two, how can we do this when yesterday we were told Elon Musk has more satellites than any government on planet Earth? Are we going to be able to give Starlink regulations as they apply to do business in our country? Thank you.
Okay, all right. So, Madam Minister, I'd like you to take the question on data sovereignty, and then the DG will take the other question.
Thank you. I'll touch a little bit on some of the questions that have been asked. The first one around data, and you're very right. Data is the fuel for this AI economy, or even everything that we're discussing. What we're seeing, and I'll give you the example of Rwanda, where we've been able to put in place our national AI strategy. And at the backdrop of that is the different data strategies that we're developing for various institutions. Now, very soon, we're going to be adopting a data sharing policy. And what that is designed to do is to allow for sharing of this critical resource across different government institutions, but also to minimize the duplicated investment that was going to happen, because every institution would be investing in this data infrastructure that allows them to collect this data, make use of it, and deliver better services to the citizens. Now, as we think about that, there's the other question you asked, which was around data centers. Every country that you're going to go to on this continent is all looking to put in place a data center. And there are very many schools of thought out here. The first one is the big tech companies or the data center companies will tell you their countries were not going to build this data center because of the massive investment that is required. We would rather find regional hubs where they build in about 5 different places on the continent, and everyone in the region is able to access this data. But then it comes back to the question of sovereignty, where everyone is thinking about, I need to host this data, I need this infrastructure. And we also need to be able to define sovereignty if hosting your data in the country is a definition of it being much safer than if you're on the cloud. And I think those are the kind of questions we're always grappling with and trying to be able to educate people on what that really means. The other school of thought is where countries are coming together and saying, let's build this infrastructure. It's a critical asset. It's a national security priority. Let's invest in it as a country and have this infrastructure within our country. You mentioned the question around electricity, and I'm glad we have the chairperson of our Rwanda Atomic Energy Board, because we've been having these conversations around AI, the amount of data that AI needs for you to be able to, test these models. And when you look at the electricity needs that we have, I mean, for Rwanda, we're very privileged that today our electrification rate is, close to 80%. But then when you start to think about the industries that need, and this is just household electrification, but when you think about the industries that are going to need this critical resource that is electricity, including AI-enabled data centers, it's massive amounts of electricity that are needed. What we've done in East Africa, there's the East African Power Pool, where if any country has excess capacity and the other country is in need of it, they're able to use that. That's more of a short to medium term intervention. But also what we are doing, similar to many countries on the continent, I'm sure for many of you in the audience you can speak to that, is creating nuclear power plants that can allow us to get this sustainable electricity that is required. And it's not just about sustainable electricity, it's the pricing, it's the reliability, and just ensuring that you have that. And that's why when everyone talks about the AI compute infrastructure that is required and the massive investments that must go in, it's heavy, but I think there are steps to actually getting there and making sure that is done. Let me respond to one very last question that was asked by the gentleman in the back, which was really around, and you're very right, we probably didn't emphasize it very much. We've talked about the governance, the legal structures, we've talked about the international cooperation that is needed, the technical capabilities that we need to put in place. Maybe what we didn't emphasize is the need to even educate our people, because they must be the first ones to be able to even safeguard the use of the digital tools that they're being provided. That's why you're seeing even countries like Rwanda, when it comes to, we've put in place the child online protection policy, because as we mainstream digital tools in schools, we also understand the dangers that are out there and why it's important to ensure that these young people of ours are empowered, one, to protect themselves, but also as we put in place the technical capabilities to do exactly that. But again, I think we can't overemphasize why it's important to ensure that public awareness, sensitization is very important, to ensure that as they're given access to these things comes also the responsibility to be able to protect themselves.
Thank you, Minister Paula. I've been told that we're out of time, but I'll allow DG to step into some of the questions, particularly the one around the bigger picture, if you may.
On the issue of the big picture, I think, again, it takes us back to how we define what sovereignty is for all of us. For example, in Kenya, we have the Konza city that hosts most of our data centers. But then again, we are still dependent on other data centers to outsource. We have also, as a country, been able to identify infrastructure. So we are thinking of utilizing geothermal power to see how we can power some of these data centers. I think there are some arguments that have been reached to ensure that we're able to do that. But at the end of it, in Africa, we might end up having multiple data centers in different jurisdictions, and whether that will be effective enough to provide for us the adequate storage for our data is still something that we need to rethink about. It takes us back again to issues of being able to pool. So, for example, whether it's at a regional level, as Madam Minister said, as East Africa is trying to go about its power pool, maybe that's another area that we can look at. How do we, as the East African region, then look at how we can also work on the data? But this requires us to make a lot of trade-offs, and some of the trade-offs is what the General was saying. we probably need to think, do we drop some of these borders that we have? Are they then be able to get the cyber sovereignty? Maybe not the physical borders, but at a cyber level. Maybe those are the things that we need to look at as a big picture, as a bigger picture. The issue of stability and order and liberty, I think I was a bit relieved that the doctor from Kenya is sober, because in Kenya we have on this issue it's really hot, and it's not easy to get. I think the professor and the doctor who are asking questions, maybe these are people I should be looking for to see how we can work together, because the issue of order, liberty, and stability, and people feel that if you want to bring some sort of order in the cyberspace, especially when it comes to social media, it means that you're infringing on their rights. And they do not seem to realize that they're also infringing on other people's rights. And a lot of people look at it from a political point of view. But what we've seen is that some of these applications actually, unregulated, have huge negative impact on families. Yep. We've had school-going children who've been cyberbullied, killing themselves, committing suicide. For example, in Kenya, we were doing research, and a lot of people who are utilizing this space have a lot of them are suffering with mental health issues. And these are things that we need to look at. I've seen that you're looking at the time. But yes, the issue of Starlink, that is also something that we are grappling with. And we have also asked that if they are to come, then they have to follow the regulations. For example, we realize that if we allow Starlink into Kenya, a company like Safaricom, which in Kenya is one of the the flagships of Kenyan technology, also might go under. Yeah. So we really need to. I mean, in Kenya, we're really grappling on how do we ensure that this new technology is well picked up, and that it doesn't become as disruptive as we can see it being. Thank you. I'm sorry for.
Yeah, in Nigeria, we allow Starlink, and right now is the second biggest ISP. Yeah, it's huge. And guess what? Very little boots on the ground. So that's the interesting thing.
And also, there isn't much revenue that it's generating for.
Yeah.
that's the other thing.
But I'd just like to get your insight on, data sovereignty quickly, things like around big tech, as your parting comment.
Well, I would say that definitely we need to rethink these policies, and we need to admit that what we considered to be a liberal democratic approach is no longer applicable to a certain degree. And I think that one of the leaders in this process that proliferated rightfully the approach to liberal democracy are now doing this. I mean, take the Snowden case, take the other cases, or even consider what happened in Germany. The court found that one of the AI tools that law enforcement was using was basically become biased against certain ethnicities. So they basically were at odds in prosecuting this because allegedly the AI was selecting or profiling certain cases based on the ethnicity which was the algorithm. So the court actually ordered re-evaluation on this. All of these speak volumes about how data is important. But one of the countries that actually started to think early in this, it was China, the first country that ever embedded the data strategy. And then in the criminal world, if you want to, like money laundering, there is a now trend of data laundering on the dark web, where basically hackers can attack data-rich institutions such as health funds, catasters, and all data. So you can have all the protection in your agencies as you want to, but if you're not basically considering who basically owns what data are available there, then this data can be reached by these criminals and then trade off or sell for, let's say, and the countries can just go buy them, as you can hire hackers for, let's say, do the job for you. And this goes back to my very first comment that the geostrategic landscape is rapidly changing, and it's changed, and it's full of various actors with various agendas. So this is why we need to reconsider all that. With the data sovereignty, definitely we're going to need to reconsider this, and we have to admit that we have to sacrifice some sort of what we consider was a democratic approach in governing.
Amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, please round of applause for Prof and my panelists. For sure, I mean, if you allow us here, we will speak for another 2 hours. I mean, there are lots of questions to ask. Prof touched about crypto and how the crypto world is also, well, you could say fueling in a way what is happening. But, you know, there's so much to talk about. I mean, the take home is that, you know, Africa, all of us here in this room, you know, intelligence chiefs, national intelligence directors, you know, and all that we do, we cannot underestimate what is going on in the cyberspace. And that is why, you know, things like this little piece of device in my hand is controlling our world with all the algorithms. Our lives every day is growing dependent on this. So the question is, how can we as Africans ensure that while we enjoy these tools, they don't rule us and they don't crash our countries and our economies? So on this note, I'd like to thank you very much. Thank you, Minister Paula. Thank you, DG, and thank you, Prof, for this time. Please, once again, a round of applause for them. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much to esteemed panelists and esteemed panel. A round of applause also for moderator for making it quite conversational. Very interesting questions as well from the audience. I believe some of these conversations, we'll keep on having them as the day progresses, especially in the social room that we told you about. So, you know, networking, let's keep the conversations going. Very seminal and interesting conversations. We are now breaking off for tea, a slight tea break. We should be in the room at exactly 10:45. So the tea break, as you know, is downstairs, right by the exhibition area. And I'd like to just remind you about the sessions following the tea break. We'll have concurrent sessions. The first one is going to be here in the auditorium, and it is the subject is critical raw materials and supply chain warfare, Africa's role. Very interesting there, very interesting panelists. Equally interesting, we're going to have a fireside chat at MH1, Africa's views on deterrence, a unique approach. So please remember, we will be seated at 10:45, meaning we need to be in the room in the next 15 minutes, and we kick off on time. Thank you, bon appetit for the slight tea break, and see you shortly. Thank you. Please be seated.
Nous avons enregistré quelques minutes de retard.
Thank you very much. As I said earlier on, okay. Before I start, I've been kindly requested, everyone seated up there, before you get comfortable, if you could come and just sit with us, if you can come to the lower seats. Everyone seated up, if you could please come to the lower seats, just to have a more intimate gathering. So, like I said earlier, we have concurrent sessions. The first session here that we are having for the next 1 hour, is critical raw materials and supply chain warfare, Africa's role. And then the concurrent session we're having in MH1 is on Africa's views on deterrence, a unique approach. For the moderator here, I would like to call on him, and he will then invite his esteemed panelists to the stage. Kindly be seated. And without further ado, please help me welcome our moderator for this session, journalist, Radio 1 Africa, Mr. Joseph Warungu.
Thank you. Good morning all and welcome to this session. I will, in the interest of time, just go straight ahead to call my panel together before we do our introductions. I'll start with Professor Kingsley Chedu-Mogalo, if you can come up, please. Thank you, sir. Please take a seat. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And then he's a political economist, that's what many people know him as, president of the Africa School of Governance, and focused a lot on public policy and governance. Welcome, thank you so much indeed. My second panelist is Zabola Sina, if I can call you. As you come on, this is the, welcome, sir. Energy advisor and member of the Strategic Policy Council in the Office of the President of the Republic of Rwanda. Pleasure to really have you here. Our third guest.
And former Prime Minister.
Oh, yes, I shouldn't forget that. Former Prime Minister, I didn't go into that, I didn't want to go into that, but yes, we have to mention that, but because he was. Thank you very much indeed. Andrei Maslov, if I can call you up, please. He's the director of the Center for African Studies and coordinator of the e-governance knowledge sharing program, Russia. Please take a seat. Last and not least is Dr. Donald Kaberuka, not a stranger to a lot of people here. Sir, if I can call you on the platform. And as you know, he's the African Union High Representative for Finance and former president of the African Development Bank. Okay, and for the record, my name is Joseph Warungu. I am a former BBC editor for Africa, worked with the BBC for 20 years plus, but now I'm mainly working as a consultant and trainer for them and for other organizations as well. It's really great to be back. For the record, this is the 11th year for me on this forum, so it's a pleasure to really get back to this country that we really love so much. So, without taking much time, I've asked each of the panelists to just make a short presentation, kind of an opening statement of 5 minutes or less, just laying out their understanding of the topic simply because it's quite broad and it has so many dimensions that we feel we need to break it apart. But before that, let me go to Nigeria and to the late man that we love, the man of books, Chinua Achebe. And I love this quote from him. "A man who calls his kinsmen to a feast does not do so to save them from starving. They all have food in their own homes. When we gather together in the moonlit village ground, it is not because of the moon. Every man can see it in his own compound. We come together because it is good for kinsmen to do so." So we're here, not necessarily, we've not come as an individual country. You could all have done all these issues addressed in your own countries, but by coming together, we're joining forces to see how best we can uplift this continent that we love so much. And so, I will go straight into our first professor. I think I'll come to you first. Yes, to just share your thoughts on the topic, and then I'll follow up with a few questions. Professor Kingsley. Sorry, yeah.
Oh, okay, very good.
Beg your pardon. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Joseph, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I think that one of the biggest conundrums that have faced the African continent over the past 60 years is that we are so endowed with natural resources in Africa, and yet Africa has been afflicted a lot by poverty and conflict. Why did the minerals, many strategic minerals, not have the same prosperity-creating effect in Africa as they have had in Norway, as they have had in the Gulf states? So that's a very big conundrum, and that's one of the reasons that the co-founders of the African School of Governance, President Paul Kagame, and His Excellency Haile Mariam Desalegn, the former Prime Minister of Ethiopia, decided to found the ASG. Now, this conundrum is very, very important, and to break it requires a number of things. First, we have to have a mindset shift. We've got to have a different worldview. And so we will then approach our strategic and critical raw materials in a very different way of thinking in terms of how it can create prosperity for us, rather than creating what we call gatekeeper states, where all the politics is at the gate, which is where the natural resources are found, and everybody is struggling to control it and get rich corruptly. So that's one important way. The next important way is to create transparent governance mechanisms to institutionalize this mindset shift over our critical raw minerals. And then the third way is beneficiation, economic complexity. How can we create sophisticated value-added products competitively for export and internal use? That's the secret of the wealth of nations. But in Africa, we don't seem yet to have discovered it. The African Development Bank tells us that only 5% of our strategic minerals in Africa are processed in the continent. This is a shame. Let me conclude by saying that we have a huge opportunity this time around with the critical raw materials race that we are seeing in the world today. And we should not lose out the way we lost out with more traditional commodities. That opportunity is as follows. Over the next 25 years, the demand for nickel will double. The demand for cobalt will triple. The demand for lithium will grow by 1,000%. That is to say, it will increase tenfold. The projection of the IMF is that about $16 trillion of value will be created from incomes from these sales, and Africa should be able to get about 10 to 15% of that. So that's the opportunity that could transform Africa this time around. If we have a different mindset, if we have the governance in place, and if we focus on value addition and go beyond raw extraction. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you for that. I'll go straight on to Zabo, just to hear your thoughts as well.
Thank you, moderator. Let me start by thanking General Kamanzi for putting this together and all the organizers, because I think it was a wonderful opportunity to put all aspects of security together in the continent. And people were wondering why we're talking about critical raw material in this forum. I think Professor Kingsley started well by putting into context where we stand in the continent. I think what we try to do is now to move from a passive supplier to a strategic actor. That's basically what we're trying to do at a time where there is a supply chain shock and a global crisis, and big players trying to influence the continent in how we could supply those critical material. But why critical material are so important today? Because as we call them, the CRM, they are the backbone of the industry in this 21st century. Kingsley mentioned a few of them, but if you take battery, clean energy, digital technology, defense, nuclear energy for that matter, and then the Honorable Minister Paolo talked about it today, and then we might come into the discussion in that. So if you take lithium, cobalt, nickel, they are essential for our batteries, and then rare earth are vital for electronic and defense. And then I think our military officers here know that more than any of us. But the lithium demand, he talked about the growth by 10 to 12-fold. That's basically where we start. So what we could do is through the continental Africa trade that was mentioned yesterday, how we can leverage our mineral into creating a trade, because let's put it this way, the critical material are not about trade, but about strategy and security issue for the continent. How do we leverage this to put ourselves in a situation where we dictate basically where the world should go in terms of the technology today, and then how we can supply our material rather than just being passive actors, and then be dictated on not only the price of those materials, but also the way they should be used. If you take the DRC, for instance, DRC is exporting 97% of its cobalt to China. 97%. So transformation is key for us to win our sovereignty. And I was in the mining sector in the early 90s, and in fact, not far from here in the Kabanga-Kagera nickel project, working for BHP Billiton at the time. And nickel exploration started from there till the Kenya region in the Kilifi, not far from Mombasa. And I recall the type of negotiation that we had with the government. We were coming because of the lack of education or lack of knowledge of our leaders in this issue. People were basically dictated by the private companies on how and what they should take out of the country. Why? Because we don't have the education, we don't have the means, and then not the means, the financial means, and also the transformation means. So basically people will tell us we need this, and then we just supply. And we've been doing this and then not having good deals in our discussion with those who were able at the time to process those materials. So I just want to give one example as well. If you take a bauxite, for instance, it will cost you, I don't know, it's about $65 a ton. Yeah. But then when it's transformed and then back to aluminum, you talk about $2,500 a ton. Yeah. So that's a value added that we get. So if we were able to transform this on the continent, I think we'll be able to change a lot and then give a lot more to our community. So let me go to 3 points that I think are strategic levers for African sovereignty. First is retaining more of the value chain, invest in local refining. So I think Rwanda has a refinery. I think we can even co-sponsor or co-host or co-manage some of the refinery, like in the East African region, how people can use the refinery in Rwanda, or South Africa, or Zambia, for instance. I think there is a deal between Zambia and the DRC in terms of EV batteries. So, second is building a regional supply chain. I've talked about the African continental free trade. I think that's important. And then third, strengthening transparency and governance. And Kingsley mentioned why and how this School of Governance was was initiated here in Rwanda. And then in Africa, we shouldn't see or ask ourselves why Rwanda again for the School of Governance, which is what many people will say. We should take it that there is an opportunity for the continent to come and then put together a framework where we can discuss transparency, governance, good methods, and then how we can spread that across the continent and then educate our younger people to do better deal with the rest of the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. I'll move on to Andrew Maslow. Thank you so much. I will give you maybe you see things differently or from a different perspective. It's your turn now.
Okay, I will try to talk from the African perspective. I'm here in the capacity of an expert to serve African solutions, I hope. So maybe let me touch the topic from a perspective which not often brought up while talking about critical minerals. It is what exactly on the other end of the value chain. As Professor Magalu mentioned, the processing is matters. So not just a small portion of the critical minerals being extracted in African countries are processed locally. But even the batteries is not the end of the value chain. Now the most demanding consumer of the critical minerals is this growing industry of AI. Now AI is responsible for about 50 gigawatts of power supply, of installed capacity of power supply globally. So it is only AI. It's 50 gigawatts. It's more than 55% of the data center consumption globally. And this power sector is demanding growing amount of critical minerals. By 2030, the demand will grow for another 100 gigawatts of installed capacity. Demand from AI only. I don't even mention crypto mining and all that stuff. 100 gigawatts of that capacity, and the data centers itself will require critical materials for about $80 billion to be supplied additionally to the market. And this will bring challenges and also opportunities for the African countries as well. It's an income-generating industry, but all the challenges are well known. But I also would like to mention another challenge, that the energy itself becomes a commodity. Because like 10 years ago, if you build a power plant somewhere in the middle of the continent or in the middle of a country, 20 megawatt power plant, if you have a national grid connection, you can supply this electricity to the people, to the industries, to the even another consumers. And now you don't need to have this grid. You can produce AI computing or hash rate. You know, Ethiopia only now is only officially responsible for 2.5% of the global hash rate, with the significant portion of the population still having no access to the electricity. but it's always easier to use the installed capacity to generate AI computing and crypto mining. And this will be the there will be fierce competition between AI and the people for this energy, because Africa has only 250 megawatts of installed capacity, mainly concentrated in Algiers, Egypt, and South Africa. About 100 million people have access to the electricity, as you know. And this growing demand for the power from the AI producers and consumers, global producers, will raise this issue. And being at the same time the key supplier of the critical minerals, Africa can intervene on that level. Maybe, like my colleague told yesterday from China, the free trade is good for China, and it is not even good now for America, as they are getting weaker in the competition between them and China. But for African countries, regarding raw materials, maybe free trade is not the universal solution. So, and if there are more minerals being consumed locally, with the demand of these AI facilities to be utilized to serve the needs of the people, it will make sense. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much indeed, Andre. Last but not least by any means, Dr. Kaberuku, it's your opportunity to share a few thoughts.
Thank you, and good morning. Recently, a foreign minister of one of the most powerful countries in the world was asked, how view your interest in Africa in the next decade? He said three things. We're interested in African strategic, critical materials. Second, counterterrorism. And three, fighting pandemics from the viewpoint of our national security. Just note them. That is the only interest they have in Africa, the three things. Your minerals, fighting counterterrorism with you where they agree, and number three, pandemics, if that is seen as a threat to the national security. So we're entering an era where I think there are three forces at play where Africa has to make sure they get it right this time. Pressure number one, Africa has to industrialize. It is about our industrialization. One thing which worries me, I'm sure many people in this room might disagree. Each time I attend a conference, you are amazed at how everybody almost religiously declares that Africa has the largest percentage of this or that mineral. All right? Fantastic figures. The truth is, we're running out of them at a very, very fast pace. And by the time our industrial production has really picked up, which I hope will be soon, we may be importing some of those raw materials we are now exporting. According to the paradox of plenty, because it is almost taken as a belief that Africa has everything it needs now for its industrialization. It is not true. I've even calculated that if you look at this mine in Guinea, the Korsimandu, which is one of the biggest mines in the world with high quality iron, probably its life will be 26 years. And so by the time we need these things to industrialize, we'll be importing them. It is the first thing I really wanted to say. The second point I want to make is this, is that, so there are three forces. We need to industrialize. We need those things. Number two, there are those who want to stockpile them, to buy them from us. Stockpile them, not because they want to industrialize. They want to prevent the adversaries getting access to them. It is very important to get this. They're buying them at large scale. now stockpiling them, not because they need them for industrialization, they need some of them, but mainly to prevent adversaries getting access to them. People in the military should remember the case of uranium. The uranium which was used to produce the atomic bomb in Hiroshima and Nagasaki was obtained from a neighboring country, from a mine in one of the Katanga provinces. And once they had enough high-grade uranium to produce the bomb, they destroyed the mine. They destroyed the mine forever. So the idea was, I need this thing to produce the atomic bomb, but once I have what I need, I will destroy the mine. You can go and check. So we are in that multi-layered, complex approach to these issues. Now, beneficiation, I will agree. Value addition, I agree. We have been saying this for centuries. But I think for me, between what we need for industrialization, between those who want to stockpile these things to prevent adversaries getting to them, is a force which we really have to watch carefully. And since we have many European friends here in the room, let me remind them that what you call the European Union today begun off in 1952 as a European coal and steel community. European coal and steel community. Because the critical material then was coal and steel. You may not believe it. Because what is critical varies from time to time. No. At the time, coal and steel was the critical material. During World War II, tungsten was the critical material for people from the military. Now, the Europeans did this because A, they want to prevent war among themselves. So let us pool coal and steel, okay? Let us industrialize together. And I fear that unless we Africans have the same understanding that the critical materials of today, we need them for industrialization, and therefore we need to work together to figure out how to do beneficiation, I agree, add value, but mainly to ensure that we have what we need for our industrial capacity. I think at the moment we're in the calculus of how best do we extract value here or by exporting it. I fear that unless we understand the dynamics of what is going on, by the time we begin to industrialize, we may be importing some things which we have today. Maybe the exception is platinum. I'm not sure. Maybe platinum, a few other things. But there are things for which we're actually beginning to run out. So that is one thing I wanted to say. Because there is a myth in every conference I attend. Africa has a large percentage of this, of the other. A few of them, yes, but others were running out of it. So for me, the battle is not even a simple beneficiation. It is, we need these things. So our challenge is to begin, preferably together like the Europeans did, to develop these things, to build our industrial capacity. This is for me where the beef is.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. So those were the opening statements, and I want to cross to the floor shortly to hear your views and your comments. But if you've looked at the topic, it talks of critical raw materials and supply chain warfare. So the other aspect of this discussion is the supply chain itself. Yeah. And I just want to paint a picture. Can you reflect back to April 2020? Where were you? What were you doing? This is when COVID was sweeping across the continent and across the world. And what impact did all this have on the supply chain as it affects Africa? Our supply systems were disrupted, and we had no fallback as a continent. When everyone else was buying in bulk from China and elsewhere, we as Africans had no proper backup. The Africa CDC at the time could not help in terms of the situation that we were in. So it leads me to ask a series of questions, and I'm hoping there's wisdom in the room for them. So where is Africa's supply chain? Who controls it? Who owns it? Who makes decisions around it? Are there any of our people who are involved in this strategic asset that is of importance to us? These are just questions I'm throwing quite open so that we can also focus a little bit on the actual supply chain that we rely on. You've seen what happens, especially with the war in Ukraine and so on. Suddenly grain becomes extremely expensive and other things as well. What does that mean for us? And what do we need to do? 20 years from now, if another pandemic was to hit Africa, where would we be? How would we approach it? How would we counter it? These are a lot of questions that I'm throwing out, partly to the panel and also to you. But I want to throw the floor open for maybe to respond to some of these comments and questions that you might have. I'm just conscious we don't have too much time, and I want to make sure that we really get involvement from all of you as much as possible. So please, if you've got a question, if I can see your hand, we'll have microphones hopefully ready to come round. Let's see where you are. A question or a comment. Try and keep the comments quite short so that we can cover as much ground as possible. I see a hand in the middle there. If we can have a microphone. And any other? Yes, there's a hand right there.
There's one on the right.
If you have the microphone, please. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much, panel. My name is Afzal Ashraf from the UK, Loughborough University. All the statements of the problem and indeed some of the solutions offered make eminent sense. I wonder if it's worth stepping back and seeing why the problems have occurred and why and how they might change in the future. We have a world order that has been exploitative. It's exploitative because of the dominance of realist policies, mainly exercised by the West, over liberal policies which encourage cooperation. And this battle between realism and liberalism, and I don't want to be too intellectual here, but it's really about beliefs drive behavior. This battle has been going on and is now reached an apogee, so we have a war between realism and liberalism within the West itself. That's why we've got a rise of right-wing extremist parties and governments in Europe and in the US to a large degree. I wonder if this is an opportunity for Africa to step forward and shape the new world order, where it makes alliances, intellectual and thought alliances, with the majority of people in the West who are liberal, who believe in cooperation, who believe in the rule of law, and get rid of these adverse tariffs and these trade embargoes and financial constraints that prevent the African states from getting the appropriate return on their resources. I wonder if it's important to not look at this simply as a West versus the global South issue any longer, but rather as an issue of whether we live in a world where there is a degree of equality under the rule of law, or we live in a world where there's might is right. I just wonder what your thoughts are, panel.
Can I
yes, please.
Answer that?
Go ahead.
Just very quickly, thank you very much, Professor. I want to caution my compatriots in Africa. Hoping for a world where there's liberal justice and all that is okay. But we must look at the supply chain issue from our strategic interest. What is our strategic interest? Dr. Kaberuka talked about our own industrialization. We should focus on that instead of appealing to the liberal, kind-hearted people in the West. That's not what we should be spending our time doing. We need to look out for ourselves. So, our own industrialization, many African countries today have targets for renewable energy. Namibia is hoping that by 2030, 70% of its renewable energy, 70% of its energy will be renewable. These critical raw materials are very important for the energy transition. So one of our interests in the supply chain is that we should not sell everything we have. We should use some for our own industrialization. We should use some to transition to green energy. Rwanda's target is 62%. Niger, 57%. So this is what I'd like to say. Number two, we must diversify, even to the extent that we sell our critical raw materials to the world, but we must first of all process them so that we make a lot more money, even if we must sell. My brother, the former Prime Minister of Burkina Faso, said that, cobalt is $65 a ton raw, but it's $2,500 a ton turned into aluminum, which is used for solar panels. So we have to be looking at our interests in greening our economies, in our own industrialization, and that's the primary perspective we should have. And we must control our critical minerals and use it to demand a place on the table. Nobody will give you a place you have not earned because of the milk of human kindness or justice or all these things that put me to sleep sometimes. So the question is, I'm a realist, by the way, as you might have noticed by now, in international relations. And then, so that's it, the industrialization, the renewable energy, and we should use the fact that we have these things to get a place at the table. And another third element is that we can look at forming cartels of critical raw material suppliers. We did it with oil, with OPEC, and it worked in the 70s, and then finally, let us remember that we must always diversify our sources of income. What today we call critical raw materials may, many years from now, not be so critical anymore. So we cannot continue to rely just on so those are my comments.
Thank you. Yeah, please.
Thank you. Before I bounce back on what Professor Kingsley said, I want to, on the question, when the professor asked if this is the time for Africa, I want to say yes, indeed. This is our time. Because the future is not only green, the future is digital, and then the future is African. The future is African because we can dictate to the world the way we want to deal with our raw material. If you talk about, yesterday we have one of the panelists from China who said that what we need is power. We can talk about transformation, but if we don't have power, we don't have energy, we won't be able to do it. And that's what Honorable Minister Paula mentioned in the panel earlier. So what we have to do is to see how we can master the technology leading to mastering our energy. If we don't have energy, if we don't have power, we won't be able to transform. Others will come and then tell us, you want to keep it, you keep it. You won't be able to add any value. So it is our time because the critical material of this time are mainly in Africa. And as he said, and as Dr. Kaberuka also mentioned, what is critical today might not be critical tomorrow. And I want to add one example is thorium. Today, China has set up a nuclear power plant using thorium that makes security issue and many of the aspects leading to developing nuclear energy much easier. So it means that thorium could become, in the next years to come, critical. And yet, we have thorium, we have more thorium on the planet than we have uranium. So what we have to do is to start thinking how we can train, educate, leverage the capital, the young people we have in Africa to go into science and diplomacy leading to, mastering the technology on those issues so that we don't just bring, when we talk about nuclear energy, we don't just bring, the global south and what they say, the rest of the world. We don't bring them to tell us what to do in terms of nuclear energy. We talk about AI. Everybody's talking about AI. And Honorable Minister Paolo just came in. I was just mentioning what you talked about energy. And then you mentioned as well, I mean, some of the AI-enabled data center will require 45 megawatts. 45 is a lot. Only one. I mean, many countries are talking about building data center, but if you don't have electricity to power those data centers, how can you perform your artificial intelligence? So I think that's what I wanted to add. So critical raw material today, it's not about economic asset, it's about security and strategic issues. Thank you.
Dr. Kabirika, I want to come to you. Maybe just a quick question, yes, to yourself. Just in terms of quick wins, we've had the example of OPEC. In terms of the cartels, is there anything that stops, for example, the East African community from when you want to, in terms of the supply chain, when you want to seek, for example, to buy medication, to do it as a community rather than as individual nations, so that whatever benefit you get from that, that can be passed on to the people? Just a thought.
Yeah, but before I answer that, sometimes being old can be helpful. I said that what is critical today might not be critical tomorrow. In the 18th century, what was critical was food. The economists at the time were basically saying the world will run out of food. All right? So it was critical at the time. Then later it became coal, then it became oil. Now we are talking about this stuff. But what I want to remember is the following. In the 1960s, maybe even early 70s, much of the energy consumed in Europe was from coal. So coal was critical for them. Okay. Much later, because of what happened in the 70s, oil became a lot more important than coal. Incidentally, 25% of that oil was coming from Libya to feed European industries. You get it? So Europe was industrializing on the basis of African energy from Libya, mainly. Okay? This is why I'm saying that we need to reverse the conversation to see what is that we need here for our industrialization, now or in the future. Now, if we can do it together, this is why I gave the example of Europe. The reason the Europeans formed the European steel and coal community was not because they loved each other. Sorry, my European friends, some of them. They feared that Germany, which controlled a lot of coal and steel, iron, might rearm. And therefore, because they don't want that to happen, let us control coal and iron together in Brussels, all right? And Natalie is here, so in Brussels, and therefore we make peace among ourselves, but also we're able to industrialize on that basis. And so, what can we do together in Africa? It's straightforward. I just want to caution you, it is not a quick win, it is hard work. It is hard work. But right now we're being picked up one by one. I'll make a deal with you, you give me your cobalt, I'll make a deal with you, you give me your copper, all right? And by the time we begin the process of industrialization, we have run out of what the price have gone up. My second point, again for the young people in this room, in 1972, the price of oil, you see today, in the dollars of the time, was probably less than $4 per barrel. $4 per barrel, all right? And then the American president at the time, it was Richard Nixon. He devalued the dollar, massively devalued the dollar, ended what they call the exchange rates, fixed exchange rates, which brought down the value of oil massively. So the oil producers became very poor. So they ganged up together in a cartel called the OPEC, and they pushed up oil to about $12 at the time. Much later, even further up to about $32. Okay? And that created a huge amount of tensions in the world. But now not so is happening. The country which was the biggest buyer of oil, which was the United States, is now almost self-sufficient in oil. They still import a bit of oil, but they also export some. So At the time when the oil exporting countries in Africa had an opportunity to use the oil as the base of industrialization, we have sold off that oil to those who are industrializing. Now they have enough of their own. Now your oil prices are stuck maybe where they are at the moment. Okay? And now we're talking about the transition to the next industrial revolution, which will be on the basis of these critical minerals we're discussing. Are we about to make the same mistake as were made in oil? I fear yes. Can we do it every country alone? I don't think so. We'll have to think together in some capacity, maybe through the Continental Free Trade Area. What do we do with the critical materials we need today? Now, finally, since you asked about the COVID supply chain issues, I was amazed. And I want to thank my brother Musa Fakia for the work the African Union did at the time, because it really showed you how the world operates. So it was not simply vaccine stockpiling. It was more than that. It was about denying us even intellectual property rights. It took a long time to say that if a country wants to produce vaccines in an emergency, here are the intellectual property rights, you can't. No. So they hoarded both the vaccines and IP. Now they've just signed a pandemic treaty in Geneva. I hope that resolves the issues. But here, again, I want to make an appeal that we're talking about raw materials as if they will be critical all the time. Some will be, others will not. But in any case, we shall need them for our own industrialization. And to do that, we need to work together, as everyone here knows. But I feel now we're being picked off one by one, a good deal here, a good deal here. And you should know one thing also. These minerals, the mining companies in the world, the biggest ones, operate in a very monopolistic way. They will never allow you to add value the way you want to do it, because there are only few, about 10, okay? And therefore, if African countries, an African country with critical minerals, is in the face of these giants of the world, the Rio Tintos and others, alone, and you say, I want to beneficiate, I want to add value, it won't happen. But if we're together, we can negotiate with these big companies. And I think this appeal I would make to colleagues in this room on this issue.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. We've got time for a couple of questions. I think there was still a hand up if you have the microphone.
I have two questions for the very distinguished panel. One.
Sorry, just can we see if you can identify yourself as well? That would be helpful.
Oh, you want me to stand up?
Yes, please, so that the panel can see you. The light is against.
Yeah. Okay.
Go ahead.
Well, I have two questions for the very distinguished panel. One general, one specific. The general one is, these minerals that we're talking about, critical minerals, have been on this earth for millions of years. All our countries are much younger than them. We found them here. Isn't it rather pretentious for us to imagine that because of where you are born or the space you govern, you therefore have an inalienable right to these critical minerals? And is there another way of imagining ownership and exploitation of these critical resources? My specific question is this. About a decade or so ago, some of us, a number of who are in this room, were involved in trying to figure out a way to deconflict mineral exploitation in the spaces we occupy. And the 11 countries, many of whom are represented in this room, I saw, grouped under the International Conference on the Great Lakes region, developed a minerals certification system. This clearly did not deal well with the problem of conflict minerals. Is that system not working, Or is it one of those mechanisms that we know work, as Honorable Musa talked about, Musa Faki on the panel? Is it one of those mechanisms that we know exist and can work, but we choose to ignore? And if so, what can this conference do to again bring impetus to the need to deconflict minerals, critical or not, on the African continent? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Back to the panel. Will you?
All right. You know, Richard, in economics, they say there are two types of wealth. There's what we call inherited wealth. You find it here, God has given to you, that's it. And there's what we call created wealth. Now, there's evidence across nations that what builds nations is not inherited wealth, it is created wealth. Now, if you can transform your inherited wealth into created wealth through human capital and the rest of it, then you will transform your country, irrespective of where you are. Today, some of the most successful countries in the world have very little inherited wealth. Some of the least successful countries have a lot of inherited wealth, but they have created wealth. So I just want to say this to you because I think, for me, those minerals you find are oil, gas, diamonds, and all this, they're useful to the point if they enable you to transit to creating other forms of the wealth of complex products. If it does not happen, they're useless. That's what I wanted to say.
Okay. Yes, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
First of all, I wanted to thank Dr. Ashraf for the idea that Africa should step up. It is the moment for Africa to step up and shape new world order. That is what we also in Russia need. Is more proactive role of African countries in the global affairs and this time of the conflicts in the West and the North. And responding to the question about the mineral resources certification and traceability, I would say the governments should play a more active role in the market. These 10 companies, leaders of the market, they might not be interested in this traceability and certification to work 100%. But only the government are those ones who are in the position to implement that system. And maybe a kind of alliance between the mineral producing countries. And now most of the African countries are the producers and exporters of the critical minerals. Most of them, more than 40 we've checked it. And a kind of alliance may be formed, maybe with the participation of the countries outside Africa, but it is also worth, considering creating something on the continental or sub-regional level, maybe. It will enhance the governments with more power to implement all those certification and traceability system. And the control rooms are also required. In many countries, the governments don't even have instruments to aggregate the information on the mineral industries. So there are regulations, but technically there are no means of control. So, and this is maybe the low-hanging fruit, a quick win you mentioned, the control rooms solution. Thank you.
Okay. We'll take the last comment and then we'll close. I know we started a little bit late. Yes, please. If we can have the microphone to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The question I have has to do with, I think we have a consensus of the need to industrialize, but industrializing requires a lot of capital. where will this capital come from? Access to capital, I think, comes with the challenge of control of the policy space. I think it's like a chicken and egg situation that Africa finds itself in. It has no access to capital, and the available capital is FDI, which is often extractive, and it does not industrialize, does not invest in industrialization. So I'm going to talk like Dr. Kaberuka now. For the young people, I need to take them to 1980 with the Lagos Plan of Action. The Lagos Plan of Action was exactly talking about this, about the need to industrialize as a means of adding value to Africa's raw materials. And we know that the Lagos Plan of Action was circumvented with the economic collapse that followed, that required access to international financing. I'll give a good example for the people, just a domestic example. In the conversation about Rwanda's economy today and the need to access foreign capital, there is always a subtext about the fact that a lot of money is being used to build Bugesera International Airport. And the subtext of that conversation is that perhaps it would be a good idea if Rwanda stopped constructing this airport, right? So the question becomes, how are we going to address this chicken and egg situation where we don't have the capital to industrialize, at the same time we don't control the policy space the moment we seek capital elsewhere?
Okay, let's find you an answer as we close. Yes, please.
Yes, let me take one quick stab at that. The matter of access to capital is one of the three fundamental requirements for the success of any capitalist economy or market economy. One is property rights, two is capital, and three is innovation. Many African countries can create and generate capital within their economies if they organize their public financial management effectively. Taxation systems, not to tax people too highly, but to make sure that everybody contributes at least a little. Two, when we talk about critical raw materials, the reason African countries have all these raw materials but they have remained poor, and some other countries have it and have created wealth, is because of the absence of the social contract in many African countries. If we were to use these critical raw materials and the incomes from them to create public goods, many people in African countries will be very willing to pay their taxes, and so we'll be able to generate capital for industrialization. You can borrow internationally or nationally, but for example, Botswana had very little external debt, and that is an approach I would recommend for many African countries. It's about internal governance, and I come back to the reason for the establishment of the African School of Governance, the ASG University, which is for the whole continent. It's a Pan-African university, and we hope to, in our curriculum and in our teaching and in our convenings, help African governments with these mindsets, this knowledge, the skills to be able to govern themselves, to generate capital and create prosperity, and of course security, which is the subject of this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Kingsley. Yeah, if you can come in 30 seconds as we close. Yeah, please go ahead.
In terms of raising capital, I think there is a new way of thinking, which is when we talk about certification of mineral or certifying our deposit. We know most of the deposit on the continent, how many million tons, I mean, it's all certified. What we could think about doing is tokenizing those deposits in a way where those who are interested in our critical raw material will come and say, we know you have this deposit, this is the value of it. We know you want to have a transformation firm in your country. will lend you money on the basis of exploiting this material in the years to come to allow you to build the infrastructure that will start the pre-processing before it's sent abroad, where technology is more advanced. So we need to work on the transfer of technology that forces those who are interested in our mineral to come and invest. And that's basically what Ethiopia has been doing. This is what China has done to be where they are today. And then I think most of the countries that have mineral should have their certification that they capitalize on. And then we need to probably get our regional banks, like the AFDB, the West African Development Bank, the East African Development Bank, to be more involved in those issues of critical raw material, leading to developing an energy framework that will help the continent. And I want to use one example. If you take the AFDB, we've been talking to the African Development Bank for years to see how they could finance nuclear energy development for the continent to be energy sufficient. And then they will tell us in Article 9 or whatever of our charter, it says that AFDB shouldn't deal with nuclear, with energy, with nuclear. They don't even say nuclear energy, with nuclear issue. And I think Dr. Kaberuka can come to that. And then they will say because of that, they won't even come to sit at the table and then discuss the new way of thinking with regard to implementing those issues. I think we need to change the way our development bank in the continent work, and then they need to adapt themselves to the reality of the moment. Things are changing the same way we talk about critical material today. I think there's critical thinking as well that need to be dealt with in some of those regional bank institutions. Thank you.
Zabo, thank you. Andre, you have 30 seconds to close. Final thought?
Thank you. Talking about the availability of investments, I can answer from the Russian perspective. So Russian investors meeting with African partners, they normally lack projects from the African side. So the projects and the information, the good projects. So the question of accessibility of the capital is a question of the projects, of the quality of the project itself. And also investments are not always good. As we discussed these data centers, if these data centers will not work for Africa, does Africa need them if they will take the energy from the people, from the domestic market? If there is an a plant exporting LNG to Europe, for example, and it drained the whole gas available from the domestic market, is this investment good? So, and maybe the quick win is to bring up African projects to the market, and then the investors will come.
Yeah. Thank you. Dr. Kaberuka, your last word, please, in 60 seconds or less.
60 seconds?
Yes, please.
Let me begin counting. Now, I can't answer for the African Development Bank. I left 10 years ago. So ask those who are there now. No, but I want to answer on then, because the question is important. Another paradox. Every meeting you attend, people tell you there is no capital. Now, I have not come to tell you that actually we need to reverse the question. The question should be, what is the capital looking for? And capital is looking for policy, institutions, and stability. Now, do you know, because of, in places like Europe, China, Japan, Singapore, and all those places, because of aging populations, the rate of savings increased by the day. They cannot find a good return outside technology. They are looking where to invest the capital, and to invest the capital in place in the south. So that's why I think anyone who says the Bugesera airport should not be done should be ignored. These strategic investments are absolutely critical. No country has transformed without having a number of key strategic investments. They are costly at the beginning, but they are huge multipliers along the way. And I want to end by saying this. Notice a country which has been hit by the highest tariffs from the new US administration. It is Vietnam. Do you know why? because Vietnam had the right environment in place, so it attracted a huge amount of investments, capital, from South Korea, from Japan, from Taiwan, from China itself, and from Singapore. So that was your capital, because the conditions were in place. Now, because they've been so successful at producing with the lack of Apple knowledge, this is why the Trump administration has hit them with tariffs as high as 300%. So capital is there. We simply need to make sure there are policies, there are institutions, there is stability, and have the strategic investments which attract these forms of capital. But I don't have time to develop. You said 60 seconds, right? So in 60 seconds, I can only say that capital is available. However, we have to make a home for it, and I can explain to you what we should do. But I do think that in the 60s, people would say there's no capital. No, but did Vietnam have capital? Those of you who are as old as me, you remember 1978, people were running away from Vietnam. They were called boat people. They were running away in rickety boats to Australia. Now it is easily the most dynamic economy in Southeast Asia.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Can I ask you to say thank you to our panel? So we couldn't exhaust everything, but hopefully there will be room for discussions as we go along. But thank you so much, and we've overrun a little bit, but I believe your lunch is still safe. It's a strategic asset. I think it's still there. So just to wish you a good lunch as you step out, and you can catch these people later for any other clarifications. Thank you so much for your patience.
We have to take a photo.
Yeah.
A big, big, big round of applause to such a fantastic panel. Brilliant insights, some of them very sobering. We have a lot to do as a continent. And I really hope this gathering is not one of those where it's all talk, but at the next edition of this inaugural conference, we have some tangible actions that have been taken by key players in this room. As they take pictures on stage, let's give them another round of applause. I know the moderator said we're breaking off to lunch, but we are not. We are actually going for another session in the room. So from 12 to 1, please be patient. And like I said earlier on, we have concurrent sessions. So the session in this room in the auditorium is what is the future of peacekeeping mission in Africa, moderated by Joel Chibazo. At MH1, I also encourage you to attend. It's a fantastic session. It's a fireside chat on building trust for intra-African investment. But without further ado, I would like to call the moderator for this session. What is the future of peacekeeping missions in Africa? Mr. Joel Chibazo. Let's give him a warm welcome. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I think, yes, we've just gone past afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm completely aware that I and my colleagues on panel stand between you and lunch. So we're going to try and have a discussion that I hope you will find interesting. As you've been told, my name is Joel Chibazo, which for you who come from Rwanda, you know it means problem. But I'm hoping that I will not be a problem. and so, but instead, we shall have an enriched discussion. We have a stellar panel to help us through this very, very difficult subject called of peacekeeping. Let me first say a few words about it, and which is this. On the face of it, peacekeeping is simply about helping countries torn between conflict and conditions, and creating conditions for lasting peace. However, peacekeeping is complex, given the very different nature of conflicts, historical grievances, and increasingly the presence of non-state actors in this whole, on this whole subject. As of 2024, there are 5 United Nations peacekeeping operations in Africa. Yet insecurity remains widespread in many, many regions. It has been worsening, driven by transnational insurgencies, disinformation, we talked about, you've been hearing conversations around that, and in some cases even climate-driven. So increasingly we've seen the African Union, and we've got the former chairman, the Honorable Faki, sort of, who's here with us, and he, of course, would have authorized and have helped arrange many missions that we now see. There are now 17 PSOs, which are the regional peace support operations in Africa. Many helped organized by the distinguished former chairman. Here is the question for us to discuss now. Is the continent able to make the investment in regional capacity, leverage innovation, and reform missions? In other words, can we in Africa get to a point of a roadmap of transitioning from externally dependent peacekeeping to African-owned, African-led, and globally respected peace enforcement frameworks? That, ladies and gentlemen, is the framework for our discussion for the next few moments. And to do that, we have a stellar panel who will be joining us to explain the future of peacekeeping missions in Africa. And they are, and I'll call them out now, I hope they're all around, Ambassador and General Patrick Nyamuvumba. Is he, oh, yes, he's over there. Give him a round of applause. Now, General Patrick was, of course, the peace mission lead in Darfur. As I said, you've got a stellar panel of people who have actually been involved in the business. Welcome, Jen. Then we've got Professor Philip Kasaija Apuli, who's from the Department of Political Science at Makerere University. But he's also not only theoretical, but an active participant, having done missions in Somalia and South Sudan. Professor Apuli. And then we've got Clotilde Mbaraga Gasharbo. Where's Madame Gasharbo? Who is the former Assistant Secretary General for the UN Department of Safety and Security. And she, of course, was even the lead in Mali. And before that, she was, of course, working in the UN department in New York, very much on the policy issues. And last but by no means least, Ambassador Ahmed Ould Abdallah, who's now the Board of Advisors of the International Peace and Security Institute. But not only that, he was the lead on peace missions in Burundi and also created the UN office for West Africa, looking after Côte d'Ivoire, Sierra Leone, and Liberia. Where is he? He's not around? Ah. Ambassador, we need you here, sir. We need your wisdom. Give him a round of applause. We'll see. So as I said, that you do have a stellar panel, and they are all have all been practitioners in various peace missions. But what I thought I'd do is start off with a question to each of the panelists about where we are now. Now, we had a discussion before, but of course, and I'm hoping that I won't have to be on a peacekeeping mission myself, because there's some varying views. But I want to start by sort of saying, okay, I'm General Patrick Nyamuvumba, where do you see the state of peacekeeping on the African continent today?
First of all, thank you very much, and let me also start by thanking the organizers of this conference. I think it's timely. Your question is a bit loaded in terms of where we are, but I think before going into the specifics we also need to understand a bit of peacekeeping in broad terms. And what are the drivers of conflict that lead to peacekeeping? But in the African context, I think one also needs to have a quick scan at the current global geopolitical environment, which then will help us understand where we are as Africa. I'm assuming that by the time the trade war on tariffs and all is finished, and Europeans now looking inwards, increasing their defense spending on themselves for obvious reasons, whether the threats that they do anticipate are real or not. So that in a way therefore leaves Africa, in my view, on its own. So for us to avoid the 1885 situation where European powers put us on the table as stake and cut us into pieces, which they ate and digested at will, I think it's now time for us now to have this kind of conversation. So let me say that, having said that, over the last 30 years, there has been an evolution in peacekeeping. Peacekeeping initially was conceived as an interpositional tool between warring states. That era is over, but the nature of peacekeeping has more or less remained the same. So today, the main drivers of conflict that we have, to a large extent, political and socio-economic exclusion, lack of governance, or governance, lack of governance structures, and lack of governance generally. We have terrorism, we have violent extremism, least but not least, and what is emerging at the moment is conflict, climate-induced conflicts and climate-induced displacements. So therefore, today, looking at peacekeeping today, one has to take into consideration the current conflict drivers. And you talked about missions in Africa. Traditional peacekeeping, if you take again a quick scan, we have the oldest peacekeeping mission that still exists today, was established in 1949. That is in Pakistan and India. We have one in Cyprus, established in 1964. The current force commander of the mission in Cyprus was born 10 years after the mission was established. We have the mission between Syria and Israel, 1974. We have UNIFIL Lebanon, 1978. Close at home, we have MONUSCO. Now, MONUSCO, as it is now, has been there. I'm just taking a quick scan of the oldest missions, yes. And so MONUSCO has been around, MONUSCO as it is, since 2010. Before it was MONUC. Now, MONUSCO, from 2010 to date, has had an expenditure of $17.4 billion. Before it, MONUC had spent $8 billion. So cumulatively, money spent on MONUC and MONUSCO is $25 billion. And what do we have for it? You have more armed groups in DRC, in Eastern DRC, from maybe 120 when MONUC was there, to more than 230 now. You have really nothing to show for that type of expenditure. So if you talk about $25 billion and you look at the state of Eastern DRC today, Now that brings me to where do we want peacekeeping to go, and back to your question, where are we?
Yeah.
That's where we are. We are nowhere, basically, as Africans.
All right,
in terms of
okay.
peacekeeping.
We are nowhere, as the General has said. We shall go to the issue of funding as we develop the conversation. Professor, as I said, could you briefly, the General has laid out some of the various historical missions that we've had, but the key thing is that if I was to ask you now, say, where are we? He says we are nowhere. Are we nowhere? With all those billions that have been spent.
Okay, thank you very much, moderator. And thank you to the organizers for inviting me yet again to be part of this conversation. I think the question, we need to step back and what is the history of peacekeeping? The document which we normally use is the Charter of the UN. If you pick the Charter of the UN, there's nowhere where a word peacekeeping exists. It's not there. Now, peacekeeping as it evolved as a conflict management tool is an improvisation. The improvisation from where? The first peacekeeping mission, in the real sense of peacekeeping, the deployment of multinational forces in a conflict area to separate the belligerents based on the three principles of peacekeeping: consent, impartiality, and non-use of force, is 1956, UNEF 1. Now, from 1956 to date, we've had about 75 plus United Nations peacekeeping missions. Out of those, about 35 or 33, 35 have been in Africa. Currently, we have the majority of the peacekeeping missions of the UN. There are 5: Western Sahara, Central African Republic, DRC, South Sudan, and ABA. Now, we need also again to understand, we have what we call the traditional peacekeeping, based on those three concepts. But increasingly, because of the problems which the General has pointed out, if we did a situation analysis, conflict situation analysis in Africa today, the causes of conflict, the drivers of conflicts, we do have all these, and hence we have also adopted, because increasingly relying on the United Nations became difficult. So we also said, look, we can have regional peacekeeping. And under Chapter 8 of the UN, where states are encouraged to establish regional arrangements, this is where now organizations like the African Union have come to also do peacekeeping. And as the moderator, you have said, yes, currently we have about 17 peace support missions. 16 of them are more political missions. It's only one, which is really a typical peacekeeping mission, which is AUSOM, the African Union Support and Stabilization Mission in Somalia, which started out as AMISOM, African Union Mission in Somalia, transitioned into ATMIS, the African Union Transition Mission in Somalia, and now we have the AUSOM. So if you ask me today, what is the status of peacekeeping on the continent? I will not differ from what the General said. Peacekeeping is in crisis. And we can go into the reasons why it is in crisis. Yes, we have these missions, the United Nations, the 5. I'm very sure in the next 4-5 years, possibly we may have only one, because there's no stomach. And as we heard yesterday, the politics, the geopolitics in the Security Council, which is the ultimate body to mandate a peacekeeping mission. There is no stomach for peacekeeping anymore within the context of the United Nations Security Council. But does that mean that we may not? The last peacekeeping mission that was established was MINUSCA in 2014. In Africa, by the way, as an anecdote, for those of you who want to know, the first peacekeeping mission was ONUC in 1960. This is the mission that was established in the Congo, 1960, and left in 1964. So, if you asked me today, how do I view this improvisation? Because it is not, peacekeeping is not supposed to be permanent. It is an improvisation. It's supposed to lead to something. You deploy forces, or you deploy multidimensional missions, civilians, police, and the army, for you to transit into something. That, I'm very sure now, is becoming very, very difficult. And the challenges, we can talk about them. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So from the professor, it's in crisis. There's no appetite for peacekeeping. Madame Gasaraboy, you were formerly, at the Department for Safety and Security, and of course, you led in Mali, as I was explaining to earlier. I mean, on this question today, you've had two views, basically saying it doesn't exist or shouldn't, or is in crisis. What's your view, briefly, before we go on to other points?
Thank you very much. I just want to emphasize on one subject called setting mission, how the mission is set. I was lucky enough to be in New York as Assistant Secretary General for Department of Safety and Security, sitting on inner cycle when decision making is made for a country to be set and to convey a mission in a country. And I was lucky enough later to be in another position when I went to the ground and see how that decision has been taken to make peace in a country. What is happening really? What's going on? And how this implementation is done? And what are the lessons learned? So just wanted to tackle on setting mission. There is a conflict in some way. There's a crisis. Member states sit, oh, we have a problem here. We need to intervene. And by the way, the country is so shaken by the crisis, the conflict. There are other people who are saying, oh, we need to set a mission over there. There will be two scenarios. One country can say, no, we don't need a peacekeeping mission. We need to use all the means of prevention. And it happened when I was in another position in Guinea. Mission was set to be set in Guinea-Conakry. I was resident coordinator there, and I'm so glad because Mr. Ahmed was close to that issue. Maybe he would tackle up. But I would say one tool which saved Mali, which saved Guinea, to not being a peacekeeping mission, was that because there was internal, traditional culture of dialogue. There was the intervention of regional institutions to be there close to the Guinean and tackling that negotiation. It happened that there was no peacekeeping, hopefully. But what happened in Mali? I was resident coordinator before, yes. 2009, 2011. A peaceful country. If you remember, Mali was like a beloved country by donors. Beloved country called the governance was a reference in Mali. And I was called to go to New York for, that's the position of Assistant Secretary General for Global Security. And suddenly, I saw a report coming that Mali is collapsing. The yesterday country, which was stable, collapsed. Then, who's taking decision? Again, member state. Unfortunately, there was no peace, there was no negotiation, terrorism and threat and so on. And because there was no way that any country in Africa can intervene to fight the terrorism and the jihadism, the main country, the powerful one, intervened. Guess what? We got a budget of 1.2 billion. 1.2 billion was mostly offsetting the mission. And when there is a mission setting, there is always a saying, oh, in 5 years, or in 1 year and 2 years, we'll have exit strategy. And this strategy was saying, okay, we will intervene, we'll fight this terrorist, and the country will become peaceful. It didn't happen. So the implementation phase, I think that's really the key. We can take another example, maybe Rwanda. What happened, maybe other examples. But the setting mission is where the resolution also is taken. Security Council is there. If the resolution is taken, even the mission is there on the ground. We have to get support to the Security Council. So somehow, what is the ownership of that country? What is the sovereignty of this country? Who's really thinking in the country level to really set up it? It happened in country as a secretary in Rwanda. But it needs to happen on other missions. And I'm saying that if it may happen on setting mission, the ingredient to make it happen on exit strategy may be coming definitely from internal. We will insist on that one, and we come up then to the other stage of what can we use as mechanism for the regional, the African Union, because we're talking about Africa, other mechanism. I think we were asking about the model of peacekeeping. I used those one because it was a UN peacekeeping, but there will be probably other one when we can set up the African Union and the UN when they're together and the mechanism. But I really want to set up that setting mission and the exit strategy is two things, too key to think about it, and meanwhile, to see what kind of tools you can use, negotiation, dialogue, whatever you call it, but make it happen that you exit the peacekeeping. Use those funds for something which can stabilize the country.
It seems to me that the issue of funding keeps coming up, but we shall get to that. What I wanted to establish, and I'll talk to sort of Ambassador Ahmed Ould Abdallah, is that where we are now and where we need to go. So if Ambassador, if you could give us, you've had a lot of experience both in Burundi, and of course setting up the UN office in West Africa. We dealt with Sierra Leone, Cote d'Ivoire. You see those conflicts, you see. So where we are now, but how do we start transitioning to what we want to see as a continent? We heard already from the first speakers, peacekeeping doesn't exist, is in crisis. So could you kindly help us on that? Where we are now and how we can start going, and then we'll come back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and my thanks to the organizer of the conference, and thanks for selecting this issue, which keeps going, the issue of peacekeeping. A short reminder, the peacekeeping started in 1956 when troops were deployed between Egypt and Israel after the Suez Canal. So it was a war, and this is very important to me to remind participants of. It was a war between two official governments. Suggestion came from Canada to do something, and after the ceasefire, international troops were deployed on the front line, separating two official armies. To be short, since then, the operation we have now are troops sent in a civil war. A civil war is a different case. You don't have an official army opposed to an official enemy. It is a war within the country between two regions or two groups or two ethnies and so on. That make the war, the peacekeeping, very difficult. Because the official UN troop or African Union troop respond to their leadership, whereas the rebellion don't. And even the rebellion are not united. Some respond to their leader, who is enemy of another, and even some are competing with it. Therefore, today, as most conflicts are internal, how to adapt peacekeeping, to this situation. And this is a question to all. Should the international community or African Union tried to select a number of countries to help because they have efficient or united army, like what is happening in Mozambique? Or should we keep maintaining the traditional classical peacekeeping like in Mali recently, which was, I think the conference is open, can say, it was a collapse, not because the failure of the troops, not the failure of the UN mission, but the conflict itself cannot be addressed. It is more police, more ethnical, more religious than a conflict like the one initiated Israeli-Egyptian. And last point, I was in Somalia. We have a troop in Somalia since 92 or 93. The more, from my experience, the more a conflict lasts, the more its origin are forgotten. It becomes a business to help facilitate traffic of all kinds, not only drugs, cigarettes, but migrant, drugs. So the parties to the conflict are against peace because it is the end of their business. And you come to tell them to make peace with various troops.
Yeah.
So these are a number of questions we will see, but there were peacekeeping.
Yeah.
And today we have to adapt to peacekeeping when you have regional, religious, or tribal systems. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I'm going to, it seems to me that we've heard three key things. So one, it is nowhere. Peacekeeping is nowhere, especially on the continent. Two, that is in crisis. And of course, three, the issue that the former UN Assistant Secretary General talked about, which is the funding, the challenges of funding. And so we are now talking about, and I think I mentioned earlier on that we're now into very much Africa with its own peace missions. But and so before we go on to the models that we must have or do away with, I want to address this issue of funding, because General, you talked about how many billions have been spent, and without any of that, we can't go forward, you see. So I want to call on, with your permission, and sort of the permission of the audience, on Dr. Kaberuka, who you saw on the previous panel, but he happens to be still with us, and he is the African Union's High Representative on the Peace Fund. Do we have a microphone somewhere where we can get to Dr. Kaberuka, appointed by, of course, by the former chair, and working very much with the former chairman. Can we have a microphone, please, to Dr. Kaberuka? Because it seems to all of us in discussion, without that aspect of funding, we will perhaps be able to go nowhere. Dr. Kaberuka.
Joe, thank you. Don't you think Mustafa could be the most appropriate? if you don't mind.
I have no problems. I am guided by, it's because of the peacekeeping fund. That's why we were asking.
I would be happy to fill him in, but if you could give me a micro, please. Let me do that.
Okay, sir.
You're the specialist.
He's passed it on to the boss.
So allow me to speak in French.
Yes.
I'm more comfortable in French. Je crois ce qu'il faut retenir globalement est que le système, les missions de maintien de la paix, telles qu'on les a connues depuis 65 ans en Afrique, ont vécu. Quelqu'un a rappelé que la première date des années 1960 au Congo, c'était au moment où je naissais. Moi, je suis né en 1960. Et jusqu'à là, il y a une mission dans ce pays. Déjà, ça en dit long. Il faut reconnaître que
la nature des conflits et leur envergure a également changé. C'est le cas du Mali. Ce sont des groupes terroristes qui ont attaqué en 2012, après ce qui s'est passé en Libye. L'Union africaine a réagi, donc il y avait une mission africaine, la MISCA, qui par la suite s'est transformée en MINUSMA. MINUSMA, ensuite en MISMA, ensuite en MINUSMA. Je vais vous raconter une histoire. En 2014, j'étais ministre des Affaires étrangères du Tchad. Nous avions une réunion à Bamako, justement sur la question de la paix. Et puisque le contingent tchadien fut parmi les premiers avec les Français à intervenir au nord du Mali, il y a eu les premiers kamikazes qui ont explosé sur la sentinelle des troupes tchadiennes à Tessalit. Il y avait M. Latsous qui était le sous-secrétaire en charge des questions de paix et de sécurité, questions de maintien de la paix. Et donc nous avons pris un avion de Bamako pour aller à Tessalit. Ça fait 3 heures de vol. Alors, il y avait le contingent tchadien. Les forces ont été commandées dans leur ensemble par un général rwandais, Kazura. Donc j'ai trouvé Kazura et puis son adjoint de la région qui s'appelle Moussa, c'est un Tchadien. Vous imaginez, au moment du déjeuner, on nous a amené des crevettes. Des crevettes à Tessalit. Alors vraiment, je me suis interrogé à haute voix. D'abord, les troupes tchadiennes ne connaissent pas les crevettes. Au Tchad, on ne connaît pas les crevettes. On mange les criquets, oui, mais pas des crevettes. Comme tous les gens du Sahel, on ne connaît pas les crevettes. Les tentes qui étaient données aux troupes étaient des tentes de cérémonie. Donc des tentes comme ça, parce qu'au désert, il faut des tentes avec des pieux et avec des cordes pour attacher. Elles sont sous forme conique. Ça dénote les coûts de ces opérations. Quelqu'un a parlé de 20 quelques milliards de dollars pour le Congo, mais la MINUSMA coûtait plus d'1 milliard de dollars par an. Malgré donc la présence de cette mission, elle était une mission de maintien de la paix. Au Mali, il n'y avait pas de paix à maintenir. Comme l'a dit le grand frère Ould Abdallah, il ne s'agit pas de 2 forces identifiées qui se font face à face. Il s'agit d'une menace terroriste. Les terroristes étant une menace à la paix et à la sécurité. En principe, le mandat doit être un mandat coercitif pour permettre à ces forces-là de combattre. À Tessalit, on a trouvé les troupes dans un camp. Au-dessus, il y a des barbelés. Les troupes tchadiennes, une semaine après, étaient obligées de quitter le camp pour camper en dehors contre l'avis de leur chef des Nations Unies parce qu'il n'était pas permis. Ils ont dit, mais comment on va être dans un camp, dans une zone hostile, et si les gens nous attaquent? C'est dire vraiment les contradictions dans le concept lui-même et la réalité qui est devenue tout à fait différente. En 2017, quand je suis devenu président de la Commission de l'Union africaine, le premier acte que j'ai fait, c'est de signer un accord avec le secrétaire général des Nations Unies, un accord cadre sur les questions de paix et de sécurité. La plupart des questions débattues au Conseil de sécurité concernent l'Afrique. Il faut reconnaître et saluer l'engagement de M. Guterres. Jusqu'aujourd'hui, il s'est réellement engagé. Mais je vous assure que sur le terrain, la machine onusienne ne suit pas. Elle ne suit pas. Il y a une tradition, il y a des méthodes, et les missions des Nations Unies sont devenues un machin. Excusez-moi le terme, ce n'est pas moi qui l'ai employé en premier, mais ça ne marche pas. Ce sont des dépenses importantes, mais qui ne règlent pas des problèmes qui sont nouveaux. Alors, et là je passerai par la suite, je n'aurai la parole à Kaberuka, même s'il ne veut pas la prendre, la question du financement. La question du financement. On leur a dit, écoutez, ça coûte cher. Les Africains sont prêts à mobiliser les hommes. Donnez-nous le moyen pour les aider en matériel et en logistique pour qu'ils fassent le travail. Ça a commencé avec le G5 Sahel, les pays du Sahel, Tchad, Mauritanie, Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger. Ils ont mobilisé des troupes et ils ont demandé aux Nations Unies un soutien. Les Nations Unies n'est pas mandaté à le faire. On n'a pas donné l'argent. Ils ont demandé en tout et pour tout 500 millions de dollars. Alors que l'autre coûtait 1 milliard et plus. Jamais. Jamais la somme n'a été donnée. Eh bien, nous avons commencé à travailler et il y a 2 ans, 1 an et demi, en 2023, si ma mémoire est exacte, nous avons réussi à faire adopter une résolution aux Nations Unies, la résolution 2719, qui permet aux Nations Unies de financer à hauteur de 75% les missions africaines de maintien ou de soutien à la paix. Nous avons voulu que cette résolution-là soit mise en œuvre dans le cas de la Somalie actuellement. Eh bien, depuis ce moment-là, nous nous battons.
From that moment on, we are still fighting for this, and Donald will explain a little bit more. The conclusion is that despite the fact that there was, because of one country, this funding could not be mobilized, whereas all the other countries had unanimously voted for it. So the system itself is broken. I really firmly believe that today we have to ask ourselves, what can we do? Do we have to wait? No. We fought to reactivate this peace fund, and I would like to thank Donald for the work that he has already done. We have already mobilized $400 million. And this is one of the conditions of the partners. And despite all of that, there is a clear refusal to actually launch this. So peacekeeping missions, as we knew them, are not adapted, and we have to find another solution. I will stop here and ask Donald to compliment me.
Your Excellency, thank you very much. I don't know if Dr. is going to. I'm not so sure you can fully add to that, since he seems to have sort of completed it. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, and former Chairman of the African Union. As I said, one of the things that I thought would be interesting is that where are we going? You see, and we're running out of time, and I know there's a few questions. So, where do you think in 2025 we should be, or rather, as we look forward? And I've got one more contributor that I want to call on, but I want you to briefly answer that question, each of you. General?
I don't know, speak, all right.
You've told us what your view was. It's nowhere.
Okay, having said that, it really doesn't mean that nothing cannot be done. And so the starting point was, what can we do as Africans? There's a lot that can be done. We have the human resources. We have most of our countries are participating in peacekeeping or peace support operations. If you look at Somalia, it's a predominantly African mission, and so are others on the continent. Where I served in Darfur, the biggest contributors were African countries, including Rwanda. So here's the thing. We have to be realistic that in as long as human beings exist, we'll have conflicts. Peacekeeping is one of the mitigations. Speaking utopically, the ideal situation would be not to have conflicts. But unfortunately, we live in a world that is not ideal. So what do we do as Africans? The African Union has the infrastructure in place, but I think in terms of models, if we want to succeed, there are certain things that are working. And what I have in mind is the example of my country, Rwanda, and what is going on in Mozambique. This is a bilateral arrangement. But what has happened in the last, okay, a quick look again, if you look at, say, the province of Cabo Delgado, it's about 82,000 square kilometers. The initial deployed force was about 2,000. So may be confined in a space of about 20,000 square kilometers, almost as big as Rwanda. But they've been able to reverse the trends. And so there is relative stability, the people have returned to their homes. So there is what we see that works. So how do we build on that? So bilateral arrangements in themselves might not be, there's something we can build on for them to have legitimacy, to have scale. So that is now where the continental body comes in, like the AU, to support these arrangements. But again, for effectiveness, we need to employ, as we said, technology. The force that was deployed there was a light infantry force supported by mechanized elements and some artillery, plus intelligence and surveillance and reconnaissance capabilities. So if we could scale on that, even in other, looking into the future, we've been talking about AI. AI would be very ideal in peacekeeping. One, in terms of early warning, but also in synchronization of fires, whether ground-based or area-based. So there is a lot that could be done. But also, not only that, in terms of technologies, we're now in an era of disinformation and digital attacks. We need to anticipate that. So, and that's where, therefore, technology comes in. And that, in a way, helps our troops to mitigate risks for them, particularly if you employ intelligence and surveillance and reconnaissance capabilities, whether manned or unmanned or satellite, to have like a 24-hour situation awareness, and of course, plus that is at the tactical level. But what has been missing with these UN missions is lack of understanding context. So if you, and I say this with all honesty, I used to see where I served, if you bring somebody from, for argument's sake, from Peru, we had an officer, and I could say this because it's something that happened, from South Korea. I didn't know that dogs were delicacy. So he killed a dog and ate it. And we called him and said, look, this doesn't happen here because this dog belongs to somebody. And therefore, he said, but it was roaming on the streets. And I thought, we said, no. In the context of you have to understand the cultures, you have to understand. He did it again. And we were forced to ask his country to take him back. That is a simple thing, but context. Now, let me talk about political context.
Hold that thought. I just want to ask the audience if any of them, from what you've heard so far, because then, I'll then bring in the other members of the panel. Is there anybody who has any point they want to raise a question, from the panel and what you've heard so far? There's a gentleman there and there's there. Can we just take those before I bring in the other members again? Can we have some mics? No, this, I think there was somebody here, around here. And then there was a gentleman, and then there was a yellow there. Can we? Have you seen them here? There, the hand behind you, ma'am. Here. There. Yes. If you keep your hand up, then the mic can get to you. Yep. Very quickly, we're short of time, so
Thank you. I've worked for 22 years in UN field missions.
And, you know, experience shows that field missions succeed. And this is something we need to talk about the politicization of the missions and about their political intent. No mission is a thing in itself. This is not a technical entity. Missions work for somebody. They work for political reasons. They work for mandates which can be obvious or which can be hidden. At least 7/8 of these mandates are hidden. Experience shows that missions succeed only when all members of the P5 work together. And I can give you these examples.
If you just hold that thought, it's just that I want to get in another point, but I think I've got your point. The gentleman there with the yellow, you know, at the top, and then Madame, I'll come to you. But over the gentleman over there. No, over there, he's got the microphone. Just that one before I'll get to Madame Valentin.
To General Nyamvumba, yeah, my main concern is with MONUC and now MONUSCO. 25 years and 25 billion spent USD, average of $1 billion per year, and yet we are nowhere. My feeling is that the wise and rich normally put their resources where they are assured of return of investment, especially over a long time. So why does it not apply to this particular mission? And I've heard especially our president and other people critical of those resources that have eventually led us nowhere. I'm of a media background and I have a feeling there's something I don't pick as to why such massive investments continuously go into something that gets us only nowhere. Thank you.
Okay, can we have a mic to the front here, see, for Madame Valentine Rugwabiza? Ladies and gentlemen, I mean, as many of you will know, she's the UN Secretary General's Special Representative in CAR. Is that okay?
Yes. Thank you very much, and thanks to the panelists for all their insights. The point I'd like to make will remind of a few points made earlier. Peacekeeping mission do not intervene in isolation. And context matters, but also diagnosis of the causes of the conflict and a shared assessment of the most adequate responses. Now, from the onset, it has to be clear that peacekeeping can only work temporarily. And this brings me to the point made, one of the key messages of His Excellency the President yesterday: ownership. When is it that a peacekeeping operation is asked by a country that will become the host to the peacekeeping operation, or is mandated by the UN Security Council? It is because that particular country, at that particular point, do not have effective ownership or capabilities to ensure its security. Now, the peacekeeping will be put in place to temporarily provide a solution to that problem. But that solution will work only if it is designed from the beginning as a temporary solution. So meaning with a clear exit strategy. And that there is a clear assessment all the way throughout to say, is this the objectives, the mandated priority task, are they being achieved or not? And the mandated priority tasks have evolved in time. Remember, many mentioned the beginning of peacekeeping. At the beginning of peacekeeping, protection of civilians was not part of the mandate. Protection of civilians became an important part of the mandate after the most important failure in the history of peacekeeping and in the history of the UN, which was the peacekeeping operation in Rwanda. Then the protection of civilians became a core task of peacekeeping. Now, how will external forces put together protect civilians in another country? Precisely because that country doesn't have the capacity to do so. But that can only be effective if, while that support is being provided, the capacity is being built, that there is a security system that is being built to be able to take over all those responsibilities of a peace operation. I am in Central Africa, Republic, as you have mentioned. So MINUSCA there, what is being done today? Not only the protection of civilians, yes, there have been improvement on that, but also extension of the state authority and presence, more than 40% of that in the last 3 years. Now, it doesn't mean that peacekeeping can do everything. And I think that it's important to not have over-expectations over peacekeeping. And over-expectations is to say, well, peacekeeping can be a substitute. Peacekeeping is not designed to be a substitute to the national security and should never be perceived as so. We have Central African security leaders who are here. It's another key point. They have to be a trust relationship with the government. Because if there is basically discrepancy between what the government perceived as its priorities and what are the priorities mandated to the peace operation, then clearly you will have situations such as situations which were encountered with MINUSMA. But those are some of the points I wanted to make. And the context point, well, you intervene in a country, in a Sahel country. Well, will you, as the chairperson say, well, will you have crevette in a Sahel country? But understanding of the context, understanding of the root causes of the conflict, understanding of the appropriate responses, yes, when that is made, peacekeeping can make a difference. And let's not forget, it is an extraordinary act of solidarity. Well, try to imagine a moment. All these countries, and most of them African countries, deploying their forces under a command that is not a national command. And this is what peacekeeping is. When you speak of a peacekeeping operation, 90% of the personnel is uniform personnel. Only 10% is civilian. 90%, it is the military, it is the police. So deployed by other countries in solidarity to support another country to basically get back to its feet and be able to be to a point where conditions are met for a peace operation to exist without a reversal to what was the heat of the conflict. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madame Valentine. We only have a few moments. So, Professor, I'm going to go down the line to be able to, we heard some points, but what I also want you to do is this whole aspect of in 10 years' time, taking in some of the points that have been raised, you see, for each of you. In other words, where is the future? Where will we be in 5-10 years' time? Taking in some of the points that Madame Valentine has made, and it's not a substitute, as she said. And those questions that were raised, is it politicized? Maybe as we look forward, it won't be. So start with you very briefly, and then I'll go down the line.
I think also I need to say that it's good that we are having this conversation now in view of the last week's meeting, ministerial meeting on the future of UN peacekeeping in Berlin. And it's quite interesting because the current US government, the view of the current US government is that peacekeeping missions should work themselves out of the job, which of course goes to what the Madam is saying from the UN rep in Central African Republic. peacekeeping is not supposed to be permanent. But if you ask me where do we want to go, of course the general has talked about the model of a bilateral arrangement. We've seen it, Rwanda, Mozambique, Rwanda, CAR, Uganda, South Sudan, and certainly there will be others. But we also have another model, which is the ad hoc coalitions, where countries come together, self-help, and they try to resolve a problem. The Multinational Joint Task Force Against Boko Haram, the G5 Sahel, the Accra Initiative. Now, of course, we have also a third model, which is more conventional, which is the AU, the African Union Support Stabilization Mission in Somalia. But increasingly that model, of course all these models have issues. The third model is becoming very problematic because of partly the issue of the funding. Of course, the issue of the funding should not also be really very problematic in the context of a continent which has produced two of the richest persons to walk the face of the earth. Now, you can have all the disagreements, but we are not a poor continent. Now, of course, in the context of and also the question of investment, if you look at the assessment of MONUSCO, MONUSCO started out as MONUC in 1999, specifically tasked with the implementation of the Lusaka Agreement. That is the context in which that mission was deployed. These days I don't even hear anybody talk about the Lusaka Agreement. But someone had this idea in 2010 that that mission, which had been established in 1999, had to change name and add there a word stabilization. Of course, I can understand in the context of the doctrine of African peace support. It makes sense because we do not do peacekeeping in Africa. We do peace support. We support the governments which are in place to build capacity. So that's why we don't do peacekeeping, the tradition of peacekeeping as we know it. The consent, the impartiality, and the non-use of force, except in self-defense and defense of the mission.
All right.
So lastly, the other bit which I also wanted to mention, because you wanted to talk about the future. So increasingly what I have seen and what I think will happen in the future is we need to work the peacekeeping missions out of a job. Why? Because we have other alternatives. We have alternatives under the APSA. And it's good that the former chairperson is here. The APSA framework is a self-contained framework. We have early warning. We have standby force. We have the peace fund. We have the panel of the wise. And Dr. Kaberuka, I don't know whether you remember the report that you did, the first calabash, because you did 3 calabashes, you recommended 3 things. The first calabash is talking about prevention. We do mediation. You prevent. Because the fraction, the amount of money that you spend on peacekeeping and the amount of money that you spend on prevention is very small on prevention. So we need to prevent. But for you to prevent, you need to do early warning. In order for you to do early warning, you need also to do early response. I'm a practitioner of early warning. I do early warning basically for a living, part of what I do as an academic, but I also do early warning. But I have also seen, and it works. Because for me, if I give you choices, I'll give you the options. This is the situation, and these are the response options that you need to take. You either take them or you don't. But most often, of course, we find the policymakers don't take the options. So,
all right. So working itself out, and we don't need peacekeeping in the future. Madame Gasarbo, very briefly, because I've been instructed.
Very briefly, I think the Executive Secretary of ISCA has a job to do, and helped by the board and the Advisory Council. If I have the outcome of this meeting, since yesterday, if I see this exhibition here, if we are talking about Africa and solution by African, I will go and take the billionaire on the continent and then tell them that we have a new business. And this business is investing in security for Africa. And I do think that when I look at the outcome of this 15 May ministerial meeting in Berlin, I was just looking at the cost and the funding is going to cross tomorrow by the American, maybe followed by others. So tomorrow, missions are going to cross, many missions, 5 missions in Africa. So the conflict is still there, everything's still there, so it's going to be a mess. But if I have maybe approach the private sector to invest in this intelligence, drone, and this, and combine with the dialogue, combine with negotiation, combine with the African Union Peace and the Security Commission, I do think that really we can come out with this vision of everlasting. I do think that really we should maybe leave this room thinking, who are they? We can approach them and tell them, this is a new business. It's just risky to invest in the security, but it's also the one thing which came out from Berlin recently was training, investing a lot, sending a lot of troops on the ground to help on training, on new technology, and investing a lot in what we're talking about. So yesterday I was attending this offensive and defensive meeting on the military defense, the chief of defense of different countries. And this is exactly what they were talking about. There is a still lack of, and I think really being on this issue of funding, of costing, I think we need to think about it. But the will also, of course, will be combined if we wanted it to have it. And other mechanisms, of course, will be the governance, security, and negotiation, whatever. But I do think really we have to think seriously on this funding mechanism and how we combine, of course, with dialogue and communication and everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ambassador, as we finish the last word in a few seconds, could you... Your mic is on.
Okay.
So yeah, if you could just sort of give us, when we look at the future and some of the points raised, but sort of as briefly as possible.
Well, it would be brief. Mr. Chairman, two observations. Mm-hmm. One, there is no peacekeeping, no war without money. The famous German strategic chancellor said, money. La monnaie est l'argent de... Money is the nerve of war, the engine of war. Yeah. So we have to have money to maintain peace or to do. Yeah. In presence of the chairman of African Union, my understanding, for instance, the peacekeeping, the UN, the African as a continent, our contribution to UN peacekeeping is 2%. Which is not important. So we cannot, not through African Union, not through UN, we pay less than 2%. How could people listen to us? How could
sure.
At the same time, African soldiers are great. I'm not saying that to be, to please people. No, in World War I, World War II, Africans were on the front in Europe. They were in Asia.
Yeah.
I remember someone from your region told me he was surprised to be in Asia, in Thailand, African troops. So my point is, one, we need to find resources to help African Union or whatever, like Rwanda and Mozambique, to have resources.
Yeah.
If not, we keep talking like in the 60s. We have to change that. Second, we have to address also, and it is very difficult, as I mentioned earlier, it is almost impossible to maintain peace when a conflict is domestic, when it is a tribal system which lasts. The more a conflict lasts, the more it becomes a business. People traffic in migrants, in drug, in cigarettes. They don't like peace because they are afraid, including government. So it is up to the center, and I'm grateful to be invited by them, and I know their expertise and competence, to think of how to address the causes of some of our conflict. If not, we can talk as we want for peacekeeping. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been beaten by the clock. and lunch awaits. But before that, I kindly ask you to appreciate the panel and the contributions we've had from Chairman and Madame from the floor. Thank you very much. This is a big subject, and I hope at least that future ISAC meetings we shall be able to sort of return to it, because it is really, really important how we constitute the next missions over the next 5 or 10 years. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Hopefully we'll see you again after lunch. I'm Joel Kibazo, and thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. If I could kindly ask you to come to the front and we'll take a picture. Just a few announcements for lunch after a very interesting, candid, with different viewpoints debate on peacekeeping. Our next session is going to focus on borderlands in crisis, security, identity, and marginalization in Africa. We should be here by 2 p.m. It will be moderated by Dr. Sylvanus Wekesa. So thank you very much. Lunch is going to happen at the Larder Restaurant as well as the Auditorium Club. And then those with white lanyards, your lunch will be served at Fellini Restaurant. So bon appetit, and see you here at exactly 2 p.m. Thank you. Once again, you will see there's a QR code on the screens. This specific QR code is to enable you to register for the visits to the Kigali Genocide Memorial, as well as the campaign against Genocide Museum tomorrow. Please scan the QR code from where you're seated, and you can register, or just go outside here. There's a desk. Just a quick announcement, someone lost their car keys. So if you lost your car keys, please come to me or the desk outside. We'll have them. That said, without further ado, I will welcome the next session, the last session for today, Borderlands in Crisis, Security, Identity, and Marginalization in Africa. This is going to be moderated by Dr. Sylvanus Wekesa, a research associate with the African Leadership Center of King's College London. Dr. Wekesa, a warm welcome to you. If you could please help me welcome him on the stage, where he will then call upon his esteemed panelists. What happened to helping me welcome him on stage? Thank you.
Good afternoon. I think being the last panel after 2 rigorous days and such a sumptuous meal, cheer up a bit, don't sleep, please. We'll try and make the debate exciting so that you don't fall asleep. As the audience settles, it's my singular duty to welcome my fellow panelists to the stage. I'll begin with Professor Wafula Okumu, who's the Executive Director of the Borderland Institute. Let's welcome with a hands of applause, please. Then Dr. Boyana Kolibali, a scholar on conflict discourse and Harvard African Language Program Manager. Mr. Adama Dieng, former United Nations Special Advisor on the Prevention of Genocide. And finally, Andrew Mwenda, founder and owner of The Independent. So from the title of what we were given, Borderlands in Crisis, Security, Identity, and Marginalization in Africa. All of us in this room, in one way or another, we've encountered or we've had an interaction with the borders. But many of us always look at a border as a straight line that separates states, separates countries, separates territories. A new dimension within the academia has been developed in respect of the borderland. In simple terms, the borderland is the space that occurs along the borderland, along the borderline as you go. And these spaces have very distinct features. In most of the African states, most of these spaces occur towards the periphery of the state, away from the capital centers of the state. They have very unique features in terms of how the people relate along the border. Personally, I come from a borderland community. I'm from Kenya. I come from the western part of Kenya. So many a times we are told you are from Uganda. When you go to Uganda, you're told you're from Kenya. So there are very interesting dynamics around that border. And it's interesting that this conversation we are having now is coming just after marking the anniversary of 140 years since the Berlin Conference, which demarcated the continent of Africa. So to set us up, Professor Wafula Okumu will give us an overview of the borderland situation in Africa and what are the current trends at the moment. Welcome, Professor.
Thank you, Dr. Wekesa, and good afternoon, everyone. First of all, let me start by expressing my most sincere appreciation to the government of Rwanda for taking the initiative to organize this conference. This is an event that most of us who have been hobnobbing around the world to forums and dialogue on African issues in Berlin, in Munich, Dhaka, Tana, Nairobi. We always prayed for a day to come where we have a space for us Africans to assemble and talk about our own issues from the African perspective and within an African environment. So I'm so happy today that I've lived to see the day come true. I also want to extend my thanks to the organizers for recognizing me to take the challenge of inviting me to come and share my maybe controversial ideas on African borders. I'm actually also a child of the borderland, and I've worked on borders for almost half of my career, since 2002 when I joined the African Union. I was a focal person for the Eritrea-Ethiopian border, and then later on I was one of the people who established the African Union border program, and also was the drafter, one of the drafters of the Niamey Convention, as well as the Sudan-South Sudan border agreement and many other instruments that are being used today to deal with African borders. So I want to also acknowledge the statement that was made by Dr. Wekesa, that today we also commemorate a special event that has a significant to this panel's discussion. Actually, there are two events. The first one, you mentioned the Berlin Conference of 1984-85, and the Cairo Resolution of 1964. The Berlin Conference, which is also known as the West Africa Conference or Congo Conference, laid out the rules, actually not demarcate the boundaries, it laid out the rules on how the Europeans will acquire African territories and then exploit them. But then it took 20 years for the current boundaries to be made. So the current boundaries were almost complete by the year around 1920. And then they continued even during the colonial period to continue adjusting and making those boundaries. So today, if you go to the African boundaries, each of the African boundary is unique in its character. It has its own nature. It has its own story and history. So you can get a stretch of a boundary which is even 10 kilometers, and you compare it with the next 10 kilometers, all of them will have different characteristics and different stories to tell. So this makes it very difficult or very challenging to manage these borders, these colonial boundaries. So the challenge has been far-reaching implications of managing these boundaries, have had far-reaching implications on the continent and in the world, because the nature of these boundaries have implication on migration, has implication on conflicts, integration, and many other activities that go on between African countries. So a quick scan of the African continent, borderlands, reveals border insecurities ranging from trafficking, criminal activities such as terrorism, and also hundreds of conflicts on our borders. And instead of us addressing these challenges, we have been making too many generalizations and also unrelentingly searching for one-size-fits-all to these solutions to these challenges. So we lack information. That's one of the challenges. We lack information and data to definitively and confidently make assumptions, analysis, and conclusions, and to generate viable solutions to our African border challenges. We also have no African data on such issues as migration. I was talking to the AU migration unit on Monday and asked them to give me information on how many Africans are migrating within the African continent and how many Africans are migrating from Africa to Europe, and how many Europeans are migrating from Europe to Africa. They said they didn't have that information. And I asked them, what the information you have on borders, on migration, what do you have them? Say they get them from Europe. Unfortunately, the information they are using is European generated, and they generated specifically to weaponize African migration. So now African migration has become an issue in Europe. In fact, it's a big political issue. So we also have no paradigm of understanding African border problems and challenges, and to guide us generate African solutions. We rely heavily on European paradigms or foreign paradigms to understand and find solutions to our African problems. So, in fact, we are applying foreign solutions to Africa to address African border problems. And the challenge continues. Another challenge I've noted is the challenge of conceptualization and confusing terminology. So we started from, we're talking about frontiers, we're talking about boundary, border, we talk about borderland now, we're talking about borderland, and we talk about issues like border security, border management, and please give me one name, border management and border governance. So we're so confused, we don't know which these concepts are actually confusing how we deal with border challenges on the continent. So we also have confusing language, phrases and narratives that are also causing more confusion and problems. This actually, if I had an opportunity, I could ban them. I could ban the use of these concepts. I hear always when people say African boundaries are artificial, African boundaries are arbitrary. I don't like, it's not true. All boundaries in the world are arbitrary, are artificial, because boundary making is a highly human subjective exercise. So it's not unique that the arbitrariness applies to African boundaries, or artificiality applies to African boundaries. In fact, African boundaries that are naturally, they follow natural course, like rivers, they're actually some of the most problematic boundaries, and some of them, those natural features are the ones that are causing border disputes in Africa. For instance, Rwanda and Burundi problem is caused by the change of the river courses. And there are many other African countries that are defined by the river courses. The problem they're having is because the river has changed courses over the years. They can't find the course of the mouth or where the twirlwork, the middle of the river is. Then another challenge we have is the concept which I am very opposed to hearing. It's a concept called intangibility. We hear a lot, people talk about intangibility principle. This intangibility principle doesn't exist. It's a creation, and I don't know where they came from. I was talking to my brother Adama. We have to do research and find where it came from. Because apparently it's supposed to be in the Cairo resolution. The Cairo resolution states the African borders on the day of their independence constitute a tangible reality, not intangibility. It says a tangible reality. So intangible means abstract. It means untouchable. It means inviolable. It means sacrosanct. And that's what we have now come to look at African boundaries. When actually, tangible means is something that is real. It's not abstract. So we have taken a concept which doesn't exist and now is applying it to African borders. As a result, we have disempowered ourselves from addressing African border disputes. Because when a dispute arises on the border, when the boundary is not properly marked, is not properly defined, and we want to correct that mistake, someone will say, you invoke the intangibility principle. And they say Cairo resolution doesn't allow us to do that. If we do it, we'll be violating the Cairo resolution. Finally, the other issue that I found a problem with is we have adopted a lot of foreign concepts in discussion or in application to our borders. For instance, we have this reference to ungoverned spaces. When we call our borderlands ungoverned spaces, what they are ungoverned spaces that are being exploited to undermine national security. It's ungoverned, and then it's a vacuum. So the security, there's no state presence. So now it attracts terrorists, it attracts criminal elements, and it becomes difficult to manage. So the state now feels that it has the responsibility to do something. So what we end up doing, we classify it as a security zone, insecurity zone, and then the next thing we do, once we criminalize it, then we securitize it. And when we do that, we make it difficult for the local population to cooperate with the government, with the states, and then we create problems that makes it difficult. So we need to transform our paradigm on how we understand borderlands and how we define our borders, how we understand them. Because each boundary has a meaning, has a function, has a purpose. And the colonial boundaries, they were made by the colonial powers for a purpose, and they had a meaning, and they had a function. Now we adopted these colonial boundaries, then we did not Africanize them. Now we still maintain boundaries that were made to serve colonial purpose, and we're not using them to serve African purpose. So we need to Africanize our boundaries. So if we are going to say we maintain colonial boundaries, then let's do something. Either we make corrections where they are, or we Africanize them. But now it's only on African boundaries where you find colonialism existing. So we complain a lot about these African colonial boundaries, but we have not, 60 years, we have not been able to do anything about it. So what we're waiting, what are we waiting? We're waiting for colonialists to come back and help us do that. And actually today as we talk, the same colonial, former colonial powers are the ones who are in charge of our boundaries. They are managing our boundaries. They're determining how the boundaries are maintained. They're determining how the boundaries are reaffirmed. And they're determining how the boundaries are used. So we are now even managing European boundaries in Africa for them as they move their boundaries south. And even insisting that we should even move the border walls to Africa. I want to stop there, and I'll look forward to the question and answer so that I can share the things that I was not able to share with these preliminary remarks. Thank you very much.
A round of applause, please. That was a very rich introduction. Dr. Boyani, based on that brief background.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you, Professor Okomo, for introducing the topic that I'm going to also address, especially the question of the Berlin Conference, which is somewhat the starting point. I think one recurrent subject throughout this conference has been the question of ownership, which is also what you just discussed. So this question of ownership of narrative, ownership of security, and above all, ownership of problem solving. So what we just mentioned here is how the imposition of colonial borders have led to these questions of insecurity, such as regional fascisms, through a colonial manipulation of ethnic identities, indeed for political and economic exploitation of African people. This indeed led to cross-border conflicts that impacted the stability of cross-border communities, subjected to inter-border displacement, and ultimately destabilizing all efforts of regional integration in Africa. These fabricated narratives around the negation of nationality and xenophobia, as we can see, for example, currently in DRC, with the marginalization and persecution of Tutsi communities, have prevented, as an example, the East African regional force from playing a stabilizing and peacemaking role. So we can see here how the question of ownership, a regional ownership of regional problems, becomes difficult in certain situations. This, for example, transformed one of the EAC members into a belligerent, like it is the case of Burundi that you just mentioned. And this has destabilized the organization of regional integration. The paroxysm of the problem of marginalization and integration is that 60 years later, after independence, white mercenaries are brought in to shoot at one's own people. And this is in turn coupled by the presence of a humanitarian industry which rather than solving the problem, merely contains it, or in many cases perpetuates and even exacerbates it. And so in the case of refugees, for example, and internally displaced, like we see in Eastern Congo, even bringing the refugees and IDPs back home becomes an issue when countries like Rwanda attempt to solve it. At the same time, addressing the root causes, like the perpetual presence of the genocidal force or genocide perpetrators infused by genocide ideology in this region, becomes an issue for that same international community tasked to solve it. This, for example, leads to the point of a UN peacekeeping mission, like the one in DRC, itself becoming a part to the conflict, taking the side and facilitating those it was tasked to defeat. Now, to come back to the question of ownership, when this international community with its peacekeeping mission and its humanitarian industry comes to rescue the victim, but is unable to fulfill that mission, and now when the victim decides to take the problem in his or her hands, to take ownership of his or her security issues, so bringing his or her own solutions to the problem, the victim is presented by the same IC, the international community, as the perpetrator. So this is here because I work on how discourse on conflict, or how we discuss conflict, impacts realities on the ground, so how fabricated narratives can actually lead to consequences on the ground. So there's a complete shift of narrative that takes place in which roles and responsibilities are reversed and where the victim is then called perpetrator. And this has been the main issue in the region for more than half a century, and it shows that the only sustainable solution is to have ownership of one's security, the ownership of one's narrative. So I'll keep it to that for now.
Okay. Thank you very much. Round of applause, please. So, Mr. Adama, from the two presentations, clearly you can start issues emerging of the current borderland situations. Where do you find yourself in this current debate that the two speakers have just laid out?
Thank you very much. Allow me first and foremost to really congratulate ISCA for holding this inaugural conference. It is time, as a matter of fact, for Africa to own their security. And I'm really pleased to see that from day one, we have heard so many Africans who have shown strong commitment to certainly revisit the problems we are facing today in this continent when it comes to guaranteeing the security. But when we say security, and I think this was very well presented by His Excellency President Kagame in his opening speech yesterday, brief, but very, very pertinent. And I think the President has challenged all of us. And listening the various panelists from yesterday, today, I would like to start by quoting what our sister Louise Mushikabo said. She said it maybe in a very candid way. The problem is, let's stop these conflicts. And when you look into these conflicts and bringing myself to the topic we are debating, the issue of borderland in crisis, speaking about security, identity, marginalization. So the intricate relationship between security, identity, marginalization in the context of African borderland is a vital one. It's a vital one, yet often overlooked subject. And that is why I found it was very timely and it required courage to the organizers of this conference to add this subject for our reflection. Maybe we will not be able to discuss exhaustively this issue. Hence, my recommendation that between this year inaugural conference and next year conference, we had a small group who will continue this reflection. I say so because, but before going further, let's define what we mean by borderlands. I think these are not merely geographical areas where two or more states meet. They are complex landscapes which are forged by historical legacies, cultural interaction, and socio-economic conditions. Security is a pressing concern in our region, and I'm well placed to say it, not only in my capacity as the inaugural Special Envoy of the African Union on the prevention of genocide and other mass atrocities, but I can refer to my many previous positions. I'm glad that Kingsley Moghalu is around, who reminded us that the issue is not only about speaking. We need to take action. Africa is one of the, I would say, even the richest continent, but still remaining, giving, as we used to say, the image of a beggar who is sitting in a mine of gold. But in borderlands, identity is often fluid. It is shaped by various ethnic and cultural influences. But unfortunately, the instability resulting from violence and marginalization can cultivate us versus them. When communities feel threatened, their identities can become defensive, leading to ethnic polarization and conflict. And moreover, marginalized groups, whether ethnic minorities, women, or youth, they often struggle for recognition and identity affirmation. And this is not just a local concern. It poses broader implications for national cohesion and development. Borderland communities are often deprived of essential resources. They are deprived of services. They are deprived of opportunities, limited access to education, to health, care, to economic prospect. And all this, of course, pushing residents to the margin. Now, what does it mean to understand the interconnectedness of security, identity, and marginalization in Africa borderlands? I think it means recognizing that factors do not exist in isolation, and also a breach in security leads to identity crisis. It leads to identity crisis, and also it perpetuates the marginalization and the insecurity, which, of course, lead to what we have been witnessing, unfortunately, in this continent. And we need, therefore, to find a way to break this cycle We need to seek holistic solutions. And I will come later during the debate to offer some recommendations. Some may sound maybe provocative, but I think it is time that we reflect that what we inherited from the colonial power, these artificial boundaries, and time has come to sit and reflect. What can we do better? How can we strengthen the regional integration? I thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause, please. And finally, Mr. Andrew Mwenda, as a media owner, you've heard about narratives, ownerships. What's your take on how African borders are viewed within your purview?
I honestly thought you would begin by saying, given my advanced age of 112 years and the kind of experience I've accumulated, what do I think? Because I'm going to speak not on the basis of being a journalist, but being the old man of the clan called Africa. One, I would like to disagree with Mr. Ofulukumu. He said African borders are not artificial, all borders are artificial. You are partly right, but the fundamental is that elsewhere in the world, borders actually reflect military necessity. Generals fought wars, and borders were demarcated around areas of military necessity. So these borders evolved out of the military and political struggles of these countries. In Africa, our borders are not a result of our own political struggles. That is why the borders of, before colonialism, the borders of Rwanda or Burundi could be contested, but once they were settled militarily, then they held. Our borders were decided by a political and military struggle in Europe, not here on the ground. And what they reflect are political and military struggles in Europe, not circumstances on the ground. So they were imposed upon us through colonial conquest, and they reflect a different political settlement. Secondly, the state that sits on top of these borders did not evolve organically out of our political and military struggles. Its institutional and economic structure was also imposed upon us through military and ideological conquest. If you ask me, I should tell you, the biggest conquest of Europe on Africa was not the military conquest, it was the ideological conquest. Because look at the institutional and ideological setup of the state in Africa. What does the state in Africa here seek? Whose interest does it seek to serve really? If you think that these states in Africa are designed to serve the interests of Africans, whether it is the way we understand economic theory, economic policy making and implementation, the way the concepts of the state, its bureaucracy that we fight over, things of freedom and democracy and all this, these are alien concepts to us. How you can go and get a concept evolved out of a modern industrial society, try to impose it on a backward, illiterate peasant society and think it can work, it defies all imagination. So, many of the struggles over our borders and even our own internal political struggles are over concepts and issues generated from abroad and may have little or no relevance to our realities. Look at our borders themselves. Our borders, what we call territorial integrity, and the conceptual borders called sovereignty that we have are not generated, are not protected through our own internal military capacity and state capacity and economic capacity. They are protected by international law. I'll give you an example. Congo here. Why does Congo, with an absentee state in the east, control the east? It's because the international community said those are the borders. They were respected under British colonial, rather Belgian and British colonial rule and those who bordered it. And we follow them. In Europe, monarchs and the sovereigns had to fight wars abroad in order to ensure security at home. If you had an undefended border, it was that part of your land was taken away from you. So countries or states had to build strong and viable economies to support powerful militaries to defend their sovereignty and territorial integrity. In Africa, our territorial integrity is defended by the United Nations by the big powers. So you can afford to have an absentee state in Congo, a collapsed state in Somalia, an incompetent state in Central African Republic, and it survives. So such a state lacks organic meaning to its people because it isn't designed to protect the population. Now, even when we talk of self-determination, which is a concept introduced after the Second World War, have Africans had a choice to decide which state they should belong to? Okay, I know Eritrea and South Sudan, but for the rest of us, our self-determination was done in London, Paris, and Lisbon, and other capitals. So the final point I could make about this issue of issues of identity, you know, identities can be shaped. If you look at the way the Zulu Empire was being shaped by Shaka, there are many communities that may have been non-Zulu, but through military conquest and political organization, they were able to be cobbled and made into one identity. If you look at whether it's the Kingdom of Buganda, the Kingdom of Ashanti, the Kingdom of Songhai, all these African empires were multi-ethnic, but they were able to shape a common identity. But look, the state in Congo, because it's an artificial state, its elites think that somehow people of Kinyarwanda culture in the East don't therefore belong to Congo. They even forget that those people were demarcated and fell inside Congo. So if you want them to go back to Rwanda, they should shift with the territory which they occupy, in which case you'd have to expand the borders of Rwanda. So these alien concepts are what drives our politics in these countries. We are fighting over concepts that are not organically, did not evolve organically out of our political struggles, our economic realities, our military capabilities, our own thinking. They were imposed upon us, and the source of crisis of identity, of marginalization, of insecurity is a result of the artificial character of the state and its borders.
Thank you very much. A round of applause, please. Now, Professor Okumu, before you respond to Andrew's rebuttal to your point, you've mentioned about ownership, and you've mentioned about the African Union. The African Union said the borderlands are bridges of regional integration. What have they been doing in the process of trying to help African states manage these borders? And what can you tell the audience of how far the process is?
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Wakesa. When the OAU adopted that resolution in 1964, that resolution also, although it's short, but it's well loaded, it says that we know that these colonial boundaries are a tangible reality. So they have problems, and we learn how to live with those problems. But then we also make an effort to resolve problems if they are going to affect our integration project. So then it says, if there are going to be disputes over when we are trying to address these challenges, we're going to strictly apply African strategy approach. Now, there were a series of efforts that were made in 1986, and then finally in 2002, when the AU was being formed, they adopted Solemn Declaration, Conference on Security, Stability and Development in Africa. And they said that the way that African boundaries were at the time, they pose a challenge to peace and security, and something has to be done to demarcate these boundaries, because the lack of demarcation of these boundaries is a source of conflict in Africa. So as a form of structural prevention of conflict, they are going to do something about it. So they established, in 2007, they established an African border program whose primary objective was to completely delimit and demarcate African boundaries where that has not been done. And they gave, 2002, AU had given itself 10 years up to 2012 to do that, and also to transform African boundaries from barriers to bridges of peaceful coexistence and regional integration.
So will you say the program is owned by the African Union?
So the problem is that the AU border program was not completed. Unfortunately, even the AU border program is not in the AU new structure. It was removed. And that's something that I wondered why that happened, because the AU border program was diminished before it completed its main objective. And one of the other achievements that the AU border program did was to produce the Convention on Cross-Border Cooperation, Niamey Convention, which up to now has not been ratified by African countries. In fact, it's so shameful that there's no ratification from the Eastern African region. Most of the ratification will come from West Africa. And if this convention had been ratified and is being implemented, it also helped to boost the African Continental Free Trade Area. Because, African Continental Free Trade is heavily depend on how useful our borders will be, removing the obstacles on our borders.
And finally, in terms of, again, still on ownership, is it being funded by the African states or is it being funded by foreign donors?
That's where the tragedy comes from. Because at a certain point, the African Union outsourced the reaffirmation of African boundaries and also the management of African boundaries to a foreign partner. So as we talk, at the moment, anything to do with the reaffirmation of African boundaries and also to govern our borderlands are being done by a foreign partner who assumed most of the responsibilities that were being done by the African border program. So as we talk, the African border program doesn't exist. It's actually the German, through GIZ, that's doing the work. And you can imagine Berlin, most of our issues are being addressed from Berlin, 160 years after.
Okay, yeah, that's it. So they came up with this concept and now they are funding us to fix it.
They're actually the one who are running it. And even it goes beyond that. Even the governance strategy that the AU adopted is actually meant to manage European boundaries in Africa. It's not actually meant to manage African boundaries effectively to assist the African integration. It's actually, we are managing European boundaries in Africa so that we contain the African migration to Europe.
Thank you. Dr. Boyani, you spoke about terminologies and narratives and how they influence some of the insecurities witnessed in these borderlands. In your opinion, who is responsible to change or to shape these conversations so that they don't create divisions along identity or marginalization?
Sure, I think a short answer is it's everybody's responsibility, but primarily those who are impacted by it. I think to kind of reiterate everything that has been said here, ethnicity has been weaponized in Africa, weaponized by Europe, weaponized by colonial powers. I think a very interesting example is to compare it with Belgium. In Belgium, we have the kind of dichotomy between the Wallons and the Flemish, but they don't call themselves ethnicities. A perfect example, of course, in Rwanda, where we have one ethnic group, if we can say so, but maybe could define ethnicity is a group that shares same language, cultural makeup, maybe same history, and space, in a way. And therefore, we've seen how ethnicity was weaponized in Rwanda. Now, I think Belgium had a huge responsibility in this because, as we know, Congo, Burundi, and Rwanda share that same colonial history. And this is where the entire narrative about what we discussed here about the notion of us versus them and how Europe, based on its own interests, based on its own definitions of oneself and others, has created this kind of weaponized system that they could use. And of course, I mean, the Berlin Conference is only going to exacerbate what has already started before that, which is this notion of colonial theorization of races, and which started dividing people when, in fact, this is more of an orchestrated system of ideological system. When there's only one human race, we end up putting a hierarchy of races in which certain people are defined as insiders and others as outsiders. The interesting thing about the continent is that Europe, who are the outsiders, came to invade, to exploit, to colonize, to commit violence, and then in order to conceal that project, which is going to last, still continues today, they're going to do that reversal of narrative. And I'll get to your answer in a second. I'm just trying to kind of introduce this question. Belgium, for example, as we know here in the late 1950s, in order to conceal that there are the actual foreigners, exploiters, invaders, they're going to reverse that and use the divide and rule doctrine, which is exactly the one that drew all these borders. The project was to divide and rule, and we can see exactly how, when President Kagame talks about cooperation, which is one part of the answer to your question, is these countries, these borderlands, the only way to find a solution to this problem is exactly to do that, is to cooperate, to maybe redesign borders, not necessarily physically, but in the way that we perceive them, we understand them. Once again, for anybody in this region, compared to other regions, I mean, I've lived in West Africa, and I can see how much the borders here between the neighboring countries in the Great Lakes are so fluid, how we can be maybe on one side and have a feeling that we're on the other side. So it's really not a rigid separation. And therefore, I think there needs to be really, first of all, to answer your question, we need to deconstruct these concepts. We need to understand where they come from. What is the origin of why we are perceived this way? And therefore, how do we tackle these questions in order to reverse it, or maybe to take ownership of our own narratives? And I think it's a necessity. We talked about during this conference about ownership of raw materials, ownership of so the system of migration, how we manage this, development, and so on. So there is basically, it is impossible to outsource every aspect of that society and then still succeed and avoiding these conflicts and preventing crises and so on. So I think to achieve peace, to achieve, I guess, the Ubuntu concept of living together, understanding each other, and just what in ideal ways we can define as Pan-Africanism, it's because it benefits everybody on the continent, and in turn, it is going to benefit Europe. Because eventually Europe cannot continue, whether it's Europe, the West, or the global North, cannot continue to exploit, because over time, it's not a long-term solution.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Adama, you mentioned about the communities that live in these border spaces. And do you, in your opinion, do African governments have an understanding of the issues? Do they view, how do the ways in which African governments view these borderland areas reflect how the communities who live in those spaces experience it, in your opinion?
Well, let me start first by reminding all of us, and I will say it in French, as my sister is around. I don't want to be blamed not speaking French, particularly at a time when some states have decided to withdraw from her organization, which is, of course, their sovereign right. But I do believe that thanks to this language, I have been able to interact just a couple of minutes ago with my brother, General Koulibaly. So it is, I think, important that people realize that Francophonie is not France. And I think that is something we have to realize. Of course, my hope would have been one day that in the whole of Africa, we all speak Fulani or Swahili. Yet Swahili has been recognized as an official language by the African Union, but we have not made enough progress. So, Mrs. Mshako, you have my full support. We continue because thanks to your organization, you have achieved a lot and in many areas. Now, coming back to what you have been asking. As I said earlier, the African states have to realize that this issue of the borderland we are facing, borderland in crisis, is something which, of course, one may say is closely linked to what in French we call le principe de l'intangibilité des frontières. Discussed it last night, and I was still wondering if we should not look the French text and the English text. Because the truth of the matter is that at the time in 1885, the Africans were not consulted. This was decided only by those European countries. So we are not bound to us. And we all remember that there were two schools at that time, 1961. You have the Casablanca group, and you have the other group called the Monrovia group. One group wanted to achieve Pan-Africanism, to go immediately for United Africa. Another group, which was considered as the moderate group, wanted something to go gradually. Hence, things move, and we are still today, and just Chairperson Faki is around with us. I think that was in 2014. Another resolution, again, reiterated that principle. But my take today is, we are not bound really by this. And it is time for us to understand that les défis structurels auxquels ces régions sont confrontées risquent d'exacerber, à la vérité, les disparités, et d'exacerber les conflits, les retraites basées sur l'identité, et de saper davantage la légitimité de l'État. Je le dis parce que tout simplement, vous avez au Kenya les Maasai, vous avez les Maasai en Tanzanie, et se sont retrouvés divisés parce que tout simplement c'était la volonté du pouvoir colonial
this was decided by the colonial powers at that time. But what is preventing us today, what is preventing these governments to revisit this today? When these colonial powers decided to draw the map of our borders, they had specific interests. But what are our interests today as Africans? Today, Africa must unite further. Today, more than ever, we have to ensure that we have these United States of Africa. I would like to commend some young African leaders who understood that we have to rely on each other, starting with the president of Rwanda. Some people say, who does he think he is? But if you do not count on yourself, you are not going to get anywhere. What one person can do, two people can do it better. This is what I am saying, that the issue of borders, we must have the courage to reevaluate this, to engage mutual consultation, discussion. This is a very delicate issue, I recognize that, but if we talk together, we could have negotiated adjustments which could reduce the persistent tensions and promote stability and prosperity. It's possible, and I really hope that the African Governance School that Mr. Kingsley is heading is going to ensure that young Africans will be trained, and that in less than 10 years, we will see emerge a new African leadership that will accompany the initiatives that are ongoing on the continent. Thank you.
And finally, before I open to the audience, Andrew, there is one scholar said that he has counted over 100 disputes of borders in Africa. And at that time, if you look at the IC, the International Court of Justice, 13 out of 18 contentious cases come from Africa. In your opinion, is there a possibility to have a positive collaboration among African states over some of these disputes instead of trying to solve them outside within the continent? And how do you propose such a framework to be laid out?
Well, I should say I'm a political economist and not a very good expert in border resolution disputes. We should not be surprised, though, about border disputes. By the year 1995, Russia and China had 94 border disputes across their border. I think they have resolved about 87 or 88. They remain with 6 or 7 border issues, China and Russia. China and Japan have border disputes across Asia. Even China and India have border disputes. India and Pakistan have their border disputes in all these countries. That is not unique, some of them. But where borders were resolved, if we make Ukraine an exception, like in Europe, they were resolved through the a decisive military defeat of Germany in the Second World War. Remember that Nazi Germany was trying to rearrange borders to ensure that all German-speaking peoples belonged to one Reich. And the Germans' belief that it should create one state for all Germans was defeated militarily, and because of that, it has not recovered from it. I personally think that the biggest challenge facing Africa, which is the artificialness of the state, is that the state is not backed by a security and military agenda. Let me, in 2 minutes, give a brief history of a continent I know very well, which is Europe. European monarchs had fought wars abroad in order to ensure security at home. Now, wars could pay for themselves through booty. You could do loot, and loot would pay the soldiers. The problem is that many of these European wars became long and costly, and unpaid soldiers could easily march back onto their capitals. So European rulers had to devise ways on how to raise funds to sustain wars over many years. And since loot was not enough, they had to grow the domestic economy in order to fund these prolonged military campaigns. The result is that European economies had to engage those citizens from whom they either needed to tax or to borrow money. They needed to negotiate with them about public policies and political institutions that could ensure increasing returns to capital. If Europe became the first to industrialize and became dynamic faster than China, is because it was highly divided and borders were contested. Now, of course, the challenge you face here in Africa is that our borders are not, they are written in stone, and the contestations do not take the form of war because our ability to act is decided by the international community and not by our own internal capacities. I don't think it will be possible for African countries to build effective state capacities in circumstances where they do not face internal or external threats. I'll give an example of my favorite country, which is called Rwanda. I think the first post-colonial state in Africa to evolve a highly efficient, effective, formidable state has been Rwanda. And you know why? Because when Rwanda faced a severe internal crisis, there was no fifth cavalry of the international community to come and save the Rwandans. They had to battle it out, and the one who secured the decisive military victory destroyed the old centers of power and the opponent's ability to organize and launch a war. Now, of course, another thing is that the defeated party tried to reorganize from outside, which meant that Rwanda has been under pressure to build effective security infrastructure to ensure its survival. So Rwanda doesn't face tactical or strategic threats. It has been facing existential threats. That explains why we are in such a beautiful conference room. We have been driving on nice streets, traffic lights, an effective state. Now, of course, I must add that the existence of bad circumstances does not automatically create a very good leadership. Rwandans, you must also remember that you are very lucky. You had a person like Paul Kagame and a political organization like RPF that was able to build those capabilities. Other states like South Sudan have faced similar problems, but there has been limited supply of effective and efficient leadership to catalyze that problem into to create an effective state. But for most countries in Africa, whether it's Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, Zambia, Malawi, Ivory Coast, Ghana, Senegal, the incentive to really build a strong and formidable state is very, very low among elites. And even when we come to try to build one, we rely on concepts that are not domestically generated. They have not evolved organically out of our own political struggles, they're not nourished by our nutrient cultures and norms and values. And therefore the state remains to use an expression of one scholar, suspended above society. It has very limited organic linkage with the society to be an effective state.
Okay, thank you. Since we are running out of time, the audience, because of the light, I can't see properly. Yes? The microphones, please.
Thank you very much. I apologize, I missed the first part of this discussion, so what I'm going to ask could have come at the beginning of the debate. I want to hear from these 4 very smart people what bad politics have to do with crises and conflicts linked to borders and identity. Because yes, there is structure, there is 1885 in Berlin, but there is also what we as African leaders should not do or should do to deal with problems that are affecting us, you know. And I'm asking this question especially because what I observe around the continent is that these identity-linked problems that end up being crises mostly come from the educated Africans. They come from leaders in political positions. You know, countries across the continent, you know, we know people who have been, you know, foreign ministers and prime ministers, and the moment they run to become president, they are foreign. We've seen it in West Africa and this, you know, across the continent, you know. I think it started actually with Kaunda. So you're very good for the country and the people until you're running for office. This does not come from the people. What is the role of African leaders today? What advice should ISCA be giving to political leaders to actually, even with differences of identity, for people to live together? We don't need to look alike. We don't even need to love each other. But how do we live in the same space and promote the same things and just live a peaceful life? Thank you.
Thank you. That's a question of leadership. Next. Then we take one more, then the panel can respond.
Yeah, may I?
Who has the microphone? Oh, okay, please go ahead.
Yes. Next.
Sorry, there was a gentleman standing. Please go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Giving me this chance to have their comments and also questions. I'm Su Hao from China Foreign Affairs University at Beijing. So thank you so much to invite me first time to be here in this country. I learned a lot from this panel and also in this whole conference. Regarding the themes, I would like to have the 3 comments with the 3 key words. The first, suspension based upon humanity. As you know, that China as a big country, we share quite a lot of the neighbor with us, shares the border with us. You know, we have the 20 neighboring border, shared border with China. 14 with land border, and 6 with maritime border. So look around Chinese neighborhood, it's very much complicated. But for China, so far, we manage our relation with our neighboring very good. Because we have the principle for managing our relation with our neighbors, that is to put dispute aside and promote the joint development. So based upon this kind of principles and practices, so far, we enhance our cooperation with our neighbors. As you know that our environmental around China is much more complicated than the United States because America has only 2 land borders, right? So China, based upon this kind of the situation of territorial disputes with our neighbors and enhance our cooperation by the 3rd word. My word is the centralization beyond marginalization. which means that even though we have the border with our neighbors, our boundary area is very much marginalized in Chinese, nation building. But we enhance our cooperation across the border with our neighbors. So far, we have quite a lot of different kind of programs of cross-boundary, circle cooperation. So by this way, we try to enhance our, relation.
Kindly summarize, please.
With our neighbors, very, very tough. So far, we have very good relation with our neighbors, local around the Chinese neighborhood. So this is the second point. The third, I would say that's mutual learning. In this forum, I learned quite a lot from our African experiences. Like we have the standing joint or multiple troops to enhance their peacekeeping. So this is very good. Look around in China or in Chinese neighborhood, there's no such kind of a mechanism. So by this way, we should learn from our African friends.
Kindly, we are running out of time, please.
Yes, all right.
Yes.
Thank you. So may I have a suggestion or proposal that by this way, maybe China and our African friends should have the new mechanism for their forum on the cross-border cooperation, enhance their prevention conflict, and encouraging the cross-border cooperation. Maybe next time we would have such kind of forum. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I'll take two more. The gentleman here, and there's a lady for purposes of gender balance. There's a lady to the far end. And please don't give a speech. Just ask a question.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Kingsley Mogalu, president of the African School of Governance. The panel's conversation that I've caught has touched on a very fundamental issue of security and stability for the continent. First of all, Andrew Mwenda's comment about the history of the wars in Europe and how they were financed reminded me of the origins of the Bank of England, the central bank of the United Kingdom, which was founded precisely to fund the war between England and France in 1694. And it was originally called the Governor and the Company of the Bank of England. But that's an aside. Let me come to Adama Dieng's point about revisiting the borders of Africa. It spoke to my mind completely because this is one of the things I've been thinking about and how the African School of Governance can engage with this question. And also how ISCA can engage with this question because it's a security question. There are two ways we can address the matter of identity and borders in Africa and the conflicts they cause. One way is what Adama is proposing, and that is that it should not be off the table. It should not be sacrosanct for the African continent and the African Union to revisit the question of the borders of Africa. It ought not to be, because the reality of the matter is that 60 years since many African countries became independent, these borders have been causing conflicts, and we have not been able to overcome this sense of identity. The other approach is a different one. We live with the borders, but we have to create worldviews in African countries that override small views. What am I saying? In America, it's a multi-ethnic state. But the idea of America, the shining city on the hill, land of the free, home of the brave, all of that becomes something that rises above the things that divide them, like race and things like that. So this is the kind of leadership we need in Africa, to create a kind of national identity that overrides ethnic identity. It is possible, but you need a competent, visionary leadership to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Finally. Please, if you can teach our men how to be brief, I'll be very happy.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. My name is Epi Munyana. I'm a lawyer and a legal scholar at the Lingo Institute in Rwanda. So I wanted to just make a very quick observation.
Observation or question?
Observation and question. So Andrew...
1 minute, please.
Yes. Andrew Mwenda made a very powerful observation that stayed with me, but also led to a deeper concern. So he mentioned that our borders were drawn in distant capitals and our sovereignty was proclaimed only in the language of international law, before people had even been given, the chance to imagine what kind of political community they belong to. So that leads me to a deeper concern, especially for the younger generation. If we did not shape our statehood, can we really truly be surprised that so many struggle to feel at home with it? And of course, throughout this session, we've mentioned that we inherited borders, institutions, and ideologies, but did we also inherit legitimacy, or are we still searching for it? And so if the African state, of course, was born in the absence of its people's consent, how do we build a nation in the presence of their disillusionment? And more importantly, can sovereignty imposed from above ever become sovereignty felt from below? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Andrew Mwenda, we can start with you and in the process you can give your final observations.
Actually, they didn't ask me any question. They were making observations about what I said, and I agree with them.
Okay. Can you give your final conclusion then?
Well, I could say that I don't know where Africa can begin, because I started by saying that Africa's biggest challenge is ideological conquest. Maybe all of us here should sit and ask ourselves, who are we? Where are we? Where do we want to go? In other words, how do we see ourselves, our past, our present, and the future? These are not issues that really have been decided by us. Practically every book you read, whether it's by an outsider or an African themselves, we are written as objects of study rather than as subjects of study. And I think the biggest challenge Africa faces was stated by Bob Marley, that Africans should liberate themselves from mental slavery. If one of the greatest Africans called Steve Biko, he was a South African anti-apartheid activist, he said that the greatest weapon in the hands of an oppressor is not their armies and their weapons, no. It is the mind of the oppressed. And earlier this morning, we had a discussion on media, that Africa should own their own media. I did not speak at that conference, but if I had contributed, I would have said, let me assume Africans own their own media, but the Africans who report these stories, from which ideological foundation are they telling the African story? Because oftentimes when I read African journalists, I realize that they are regurgitating concepts from elsewhere. So whether we own the media or not really doesn't make a difference. The ideological architecture, the intellectual architecture of our thought is shaped somewhere, and we look at ourselves using lenses produced by somebody else. So if we say an African government is incompetent or corrupt or brutal or abusing human rights, what is our standpoint? Because when I go to the United States, which is the champion of human rights, I find black people every day being killed by police, being jailed. I see so many injustices there. If an American army tortures people, you will see the journalists saying, this is evidence of what America is not, so it's an aberration. But you have been killing people from an extermination of Native Americans, enslavement of black people for the last 300 years. How can you say that's not who you are? But if China does it or Russia, you see American journalists saying that is proof of who they are. So if America does it, it is proof of what it is not. If China and Russia do it, it is proof of who they are. The same thing. But that tells you how an American looks at their own society with a very good lenses, with positive attitude. Do we as Africans look at ourselves with such a positive attitude about our aspirations, our systems of government, our aspirations? Even our own aspirations are set somewhere else. When we say we want to democratize, is democracy an indigenous concept? Okay, our masters tell us that democracy is universal. I don't think there's any system of government, I'm sorry to say this, that is universal and eternal. All systems of government are generated by particular realities. They could be economic, social, cultural, whatever it is. So the struggles we're involved in, the way we look at ourselves, is it us? So I want to appeal to academics. I saw my grandson Kasaija earlier. Please, Africans in universities, in journalism and elsewhere, you begin this conversation. Who is an African? What does an African stand for? What are our aspirations? Can we define these things ourselves without being, without undue influence from foreign concepts and ideas? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Adama, as you respond to issues raised in the process, you can also give your final remarks.
What did you say? Could you repeat it?
As you respond to the issues raised from the audience, in the process, you give your concluding remarks.
Well, let me simply say, I mean, by way of conclusion, due to the constraint of time, that there is one important aspect we should also look into, that is the technology. I mean, that's the point you raised with me last night, the role of technology in the effective management of borders. You know, and I think here the European Union is a good example. It's a very good example because one can move from southern Germany to Portugal without encountering custom immigration officers. But this is different on our continent. And this has been possible. Why? Because of technology and trust among states. And I think, despite rhetorics, Africa remains one of the most complex and inaccessible continent among Africans themselves. I have been struggling with my Senegalese passport to enter Tanzania last year, where I was invited. I said, oh my God, how this is possible? So therefore, I think it is important that we follow example like Rwanda. And this example of Rwanda has been followed so far by Benin, by Guinea, but I would like to see the whole of Africa opening their doors to other Africans. The next point also I would like to make is that people, African leaders, most of the time claim sovereignty. Yes, there is not a single state around the world which is not jealous about its sovereignty. I remember in the heart of the crisis in Sudan, the Sudanese authorities saying, well, Sudan is a sovereign state. How can you speak about sovereign state when at that time 3/4 of your territory was occupied by the other party, so-called rebel party? Sovereignty, as my brother, the South Sudanese, is a Senegalese, by the way, Francis Deng used to conceptualize, sovereignty is responsibility. You cannot claim sovereignty when you are not able to protect your population against genocide, against crimes against humanity, against war crime. When this situation happens, we have responsibility. And this is something which has been put clearly in the Constitution of the African Union. When there is such a situation, the African state have the obligation to intervene, to prevent the worst to happen. And this was a lesson learned from Rwanda. And you are going to visit in the coming out of this room, you are going to move to visit the memorial, to learn the lessons. Why have we failed our people? So that is why I say time has come for us, if we are really serious, to get together and to build a true African, united Africa. And I think, although I have some differences on some points, but this is normal. You have now the alliance of the state of the Sahel. You have a vibrant African youth. I was in Nairobi when the G generation was demonstrating in the street. I applaud it because we cannot allow certain things to happen. Today, we have to make sure that the African youth who will take the lead tomorrow in this continent will learn from the good lessons like the one we are witnessing in this country. It's amazing. Wherever I travel, when you see people, oh, come on, this country is really something. In such short period, it didn't happen because foreign contribution. Of course, there was foreign contribution, but at the beginning, it happened because the Rwandese countries on their own forces. That means we have to respect ourselves. We have to respect ourselves as African, to be proud of being African. And that's where comes the issue of identity. My identity is an African identity. I'm black, and I'm proud to be black. I'm African, I'm proud to be African. And one of the intervenants, I think that was Louise, did say, despite, we have to understand that our diversity is a wealth. Our diversity, we have to use that diversity. And I will conclude with something, it is in my holy book, the Quran, when it is said that Allah, He created us diverse. He created us diverse. Different nations, tribes, religion, languages. Why? He could have put us just one. He could have put the whole world being black color, speaking all Kenya, Rwanda, all being one religion. No, because the Almighty God loved diversity. Because diversity is only mirrored by His unicity. He is one, and our humanity is also one. And that is why we have today, as Africans, to get together and to understand that I am a Rwandese, you are a Congolese, but we are all together. And that is why Mwali Nyere used to say, let's be the keepers of the security of our brothers and sisters. Murakoze.
Jerejef. I would like to respond to Her Excellency Louise Mushikiwabo's question about bad politics to conclude on my point. And also some of the things that my brother Andrew has said here, quoting Bob Marley, Steve Biko. I'd like to quote Frantz Fanon. Frantz Fanon said that decolonization is always a violent phenomenon. He doesn't promote violence. What he's saying is that it requires a real rupture, which is the idea that all the concepts we're talking about here, they've been already designed, conceived, thought about 60 years ago when African countries were seeking independence. So the big question now is, how do we actually walk the talk? And I think in terms of leadership, this is exactly what Rwanda stands for, is after the tragedy of 1994, is having a leadership that uses what happened as a form of process of learning. What are the things that we need to put in place in the society so that we can prevent something like this from happening again? So the pillars of the Rwandan society are broadly based on unity, anti-divisionism, which is very strictly espoused and abided by the notion of accountability. I think very often when we see even the lack of certain Western countries who have contributed in creating the world or shaping it as it is, whether it's through the triangular trade or colonization, have a hard time recognizing what happened there. I was actually recently in Japan, and one of the journalists was asking me, okay, so I need to discuss what happened in Japan, but Japan also has this history of being responsible for certain acts. So how can I maybe not deny that history while at the same time looking forward? So designing or envisioning what's the future for us. So I told her that one important thing is, and I used Rwanda as an example, is to recognize our history, is to recognize the mistakes we've made. Rwanda has made mistakes, and this is what led to the genocide. And we learned from there. And today, Rwanda serves as a model for the rest of the world. I come from former Yugoslavia, which used to favor unity, anti-divisionism, and then broke apart, and today we are still at that level of not taking accountability for what happened. So I think leadership is key. Leadership has to define where we're going, what our society is going to be, or how we envision it. Leadership also is going to define the connection between what we call national identities and particular identities. Every country in the world, the United States, Canada, they have so many different identities. So how do they put them together? How do we, I mean, Francophonie is a perfect example. How do we put all this diversity in the same place without denying particular identities? And this is just, I'm going to end on this. The question of what is Africa is extremely important because it's been asked for a very long time. One of the ways that it's been asked is through language. Since the 1960s, African writers have asked, what is African literature? Is it literature written by Africans? Is it literature written about Africa? Is it literature written in African languages? And again, to come back to the question of decolonizing the mind, I'm going to refer to Ngugi wa Thiong'o, who wrote this seminal book about decolonizing the mind, where he does ask this question of language. And French has been a language of colonization, a language of subjugation. Again, Senegal is an example where only 30% or so people speak French, and about 80% speak Wolof. I mean, you discussed the question of Swahili, Fulani. There's so many languages that can federate Africa. And so language has, for a long time, and it still is, the only official language of Senegal. The other ones are called national languages. So that doesn't mean that France and Francophonie as an organization didn't recognize the importance of national languages, which is why more and more studies are being made, especially in Senegal. Actually, there have been several studies that have shown that children that learn in their native language from 0 to 5 years old are going to be more inclined to learn more languages after that. I mean, imagine a child who comes to school that has never heard that language. When they go back to home, to their home, they cannot even communicate about what they learn in school, and having to learn every single subject in this new language. But starting from something that they master and then learning and integrating more language is what is going to allow this opening to the world. Just to finish on one little thing is partnerships and economic partnership mainly that leads to development, and this has to do with free movement of people and goods. Africa as it is today has huge potential and so much potential and a young population that is going to fill in those gaps or at least allow this development to happen. And peace and cooperation will be able to happen in the situation where economic partnerships are happening, are possible, where borders are not closed. And so one thing in terms of model, I think, is the Kigali Principles, although I know that in action it's not necessarily practiced by those who are the signatories of it, but I know that Rwanda has been following its Kigali Principles, whether it's in Mozambique, in CAR, and it has contributed in peacekeeping not only in its own country in securing its borders, in securing its people, but also in the rest of the continent. So partnership within Africa and partnership with Africa and outside of Africa is key to peace, development, and self-determination. Thank you.
And finally, Professor.
Thank you very much for giving me the last chance and to ice the cake. In terms of conflict prevention and resolution of border disputes, I have two suggestions to make, and then perhaps I have some general recommendations to make. First, we need to think out of the box. We need to adopt that mentality of thinking out of the box. And we should not be restrained by language or narratives that I shared with you at the beginning. For instance, we shouldn't be afraid to make boundary adjustments or even territorial swapping if that will enhance our peaceful coexistence or enhance our economic cooperation. For instance, since 1964, Europe has had 28 boundary adjustments and territory swapping, while only 4 boundary adjustments have taken place in Africa. Then in terms of conflicts, resolution and settlement, we need to provide incentives for peaceful, dividends of peaceful borders. Tensions on our borders, conflicts, disputes, usually cost 3 to 5% of GDP per year. So when you have border disputes, that's how much it costs. So if we can sell dividends of peaceful borders or settling of outstanding border disputes, you can imagine the amount of boosting of our economy that will lead to. And this has been proven by economic studies. Then in terms of other things, we need to reconceptualize how we look at borders. We need to adopt a new paradigm on our borders, and that paradigm should enable us to fully own our borders instead of continuing to rely on outsiders on what we do with our borders. So we need to capture the Pan-African spirit, Pan-Africanism spirit, so that it guides our border governance that promotes continental integration, because that's like the spirit or the fuel that moves that vehicle of continental integration. We also must totally own our narratives on our borders. Right now, our narratives are determined from outside. The one we have is actually confusing and undermining our efforts to make the borders peaceful and work for us. We must also restore the African Union Border Program in the AU institutional structure. We must ratify the Annahme Convention and set up a secretariat to coordinate and implement that convention, because that's one key to addressing some of the issues we have been addressing in this panel. We must restore, we used to have meetings of ministers in charge of borders, and they would come for a week and meet and discuss and share experiences, and it used to be a very rich and effective way of promoting cross-border cooperation in Africa. That meeting of ministers in charge of borders doesn't take place anymore. We also need to review the current arrangements that favor foreign determination of what happens on African borders. We need to liberate African borders from foreign domination and foreign control. And the African states must fully commit to reaffirm their boundaries. So far, the exercise of reaffirming even the boundaries that we inherited from colonialism is far, far lagging behind. And what has happened is that the approaches that we are adopting to govern our borderlands are also not working for the benefit of what people living in the borderland and also for the relationship between the two countries. And finally, we must have solutions to our border problems. We do have them, but not only that, we also have the capacity and we have the capability to address all the challenges on our border problems. What we are encountering at the moment is we have some sense of feeling that unless someone comes in from outside and boosts us or does it for us, because it's the responsibility, these borders were done by the Europeans, so the Europeans are responsible for them to come and correct the messes on our borders. No, we have the capacity, we have the capability, we can do it. But if we continue relying on the foreigners, then they come in with their solutions, and their solutions don't work for us. So we must have the understanding that we have the resources and we have the capacity, and when the others come, they only complement what we have. They don't supplement what we have. And finally, we should avoid self-imposed state of disempowerment that exposes our borders to outsiders to own them and then also control them. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, and I really enjoyed every second.
Yeah, thank you very much for that robust conversation. We short over time a little bit, but it shows you how passionate this topic is. And perhaps I want to the organizers, maybe you need to give us some more time next time to explore. But thank you to the panel. Andrew Mwenda, thank you so much. Mr. Adama, thank you. Dr. Boyan and Professor Okumu. That was a very robust conversation. A round of applause, please. Yeah, and in the words of His Excellency yesterday, the borderless world, there will be new threats every day from pandemics, from cybercrime, so it's not cast in stone. So to our members in the security uniform, the ball is in your court. Thank you.
Another big round of applause for the last and final panel for today. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference that was held over the last 2 days, the inaugural edition of the International of ISCA, held under the theme Reshaping Africa's Landscape in a Dynamic and Complex Environment, undoubtedly kick-started what I believe is a collective conversation between the key actors of Africa's security challenges and opportunities. Over the last 2 days, we have had candid conversations on the effectiveness of peacekeeping missions in Africa, to intra-African investment, African security and sovereignty, a very hot topic, to Africa's position in global media narratives, and more. The last 2 days, I believe, have been seminal in laying the groundwork for more editions of ISCA. It's therefore my distinct honor as we close to invite for the closing ceremony the Executive Secretary of ISCA, Ambassador Lieutenant General retired Mr. Frank M. Kamanzi, on stage to give closing remarks. I will just wait a couple of minutes as we set up the lectern for the Executive Secretary, who will give closing remarks, and we end the last 2 days, and I will then share announcements on the activities set for tomorrow.
Esteemed participants, panelists, moderators, exhibitors, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the International Security Conference on Africa, let me begin by thanking each of you for honoring our invitation to this inaugural session. Your presence here has affirmed that the vision behind ISCA is one that we share, which is that Africa must take full ownership of its security agenda and have a strong voice on the global stage. To all those who contributed to making this conference a reality, the organizers, technical teams, and support staff, the professionalism and care that that you carried out this task is very much appreciated. I want to thank you very much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, over the past 2 days, we've had honest and focused conversations. Our discussions and exhibitions have shown that our continent has no shortage of ideas and possible solutions. What is needed is continued alignment, coordination, and political resolve. And this is precisely the purpose for which ISCA was formed. In the coming days, we will put together and share with you the detailed notes from our discussions. These reflections will guide the path forward, not just for ISCA, but also for the network of partnerships it is helping to build. Ladies and gentlemen, mark your calendars. The international conference will convene again right here on May 19th, 2026. Let me therefore take this opportunity to invite you to join us again for next year's session. Until then, safe travels, and we look forward to welcoming you back. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to the ISCA Executive Secretary. This has been a fantastic inaugural edition of this event. Wouldn't you agree? Yes. I look forward to seeing all these faces and more next year. As our Executive Secretary said, next year, May 2026, is when we're reconvening. Just to remind you, if you could please scan the QR codes that are on our screen. This is to enable you to visit the Kigali Genocide Memorial tomorrow, as well as the campaign against the Genocide Museum. It's been an honor to be your Director of Ceremonies for today. My name is Dana Mpisi, and really we look forward to the tangible outcomes of this event by the time we meet next year. Thank you. Have a good evening. Thank you very much.